The regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present except for Vice President Tamayo. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1 absent. Oral communications on closed session items. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. Their remarks, are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in the board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matter to the superintendent for review and report. No speakers? There are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, LLP, and Adams, Silva, and McNally, LLP. Employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, non-represented employees, Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2025031159. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2025040568. Education Code Section 35146, Consider Waiver of Student Expulsion Hearing and Stipulated Suspended Expulsion Agreement, Student Number 126919. Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Pending Litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D2, 1 case. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent. Arrived at 4:22. Closed session announcements will be made by the clerk.
On the matter of Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025031159, on motion of Dominguez Cervantes, second by Trustee Tamayo. The votes were, ayes were 5, noes were 0. On the matter of Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025040568. Vote was motion by Trustee Tolston, second by Trustee Tamayo. The votes were 5, ayes were 5, the noes were 0. On the matter of Education Code Section 35146, consider waiver of student expulsion hearing and stipulated suspended expulsion agreement, student number 126919. Motion by Trustee Tamayo, second by Trustee Tolston. The votes were, ayes were 5 and noes were 0. On the matter of conference with legal counsel, anticipated pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection 2D1 case. On the motion of Trustee Ugarte, second by Trustee Tolston. The votes, ayes were 4, absent was Tamayo. There's another matter that I'll read the statement for. In April 2025, a former Chula Vista Elementary School District employee made public allegations against Trustee Francisco Tamayo, Superintendent Eduardo Reyes, and Assistant Superintendent Jason Romero. The allegations challenged the integrity of the district's overall procurement and contracting processes and practices, and related conduct of the district leaders listed above. In response, the government board engaged the law firm of Danis, Wolliver, Kelly, and a team of procurement and contracting investigators to thoroughly review both the specific allegations and the district's overall procurement and contracting practices. The investigation has now concluded. The evidence gathered does not support the former employee's claim of misconduct, unethical behavior, or conflicts of interest by the individuals named. No evidence of malfeasance, wrongdoing, or ethical violations was found. While the district acknowledges that there is always room for improvement in processes and systems, CVESD remains firmly committed to continuous improvement through training, oversight, and regular updates. However, after a months-long independent investigation, the allegations of misconduct against the employees listed above were not substantiated. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. I would like to ask today that we, before the Pledge of Allegiance, we take a moment of silence in honor of remembering 9/11, which is tomorrow, and then I will lead the pledge. So if we'll all stand, please, and take a moment. Over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now approve the agenda with flexibility. The district requests to move item 10A to the very beginning of the agenda, followed by 14A through C. Is there a motion to approve the agenda with flexibility?
So moved.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 10A, recognition of Sunnyside Elementary School as a 2025 California Distinguished School. Ms. Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte. So we are very excited tonight to recognize Sunnyside Elementary as the recipient of the 2025 California Distinguished School Award. This prestigious recognition is part of the California School Recognition Program, which highlights schools that demonstrate exceptional student performance in English language arts and mathematics, strong student engagement, a positive school climate, and accelerated academic growth among historically underserved student groups. Sunnyside Elementary was selected based on data from the 2024 California School Dashboard, which measures both academic achievement and progress in closing persistent achievement gaps. When you visit Sunnyside campus, which I had the recent pleasure of doing within the last month, you can just feel the love and the joy and the commitment that the staff and Principal Arancibia has, and they are well deserved of this award. And so I'd like to invite up our amazing principal to say a few words.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Board of Trustees, Dr. Reyes, and staff. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the wonderful staff that really make Sunnyside who we are. If you've been to Sunnyside, you will hear our students and staff say that at Sunnyside, together we shine brighter. So this distinguished award from the state really belongs to all of them because they put in the work every day to show up for students. So I'm going to bring a little bit of sunshine on up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. If the team will join us up front, we'd like to give you your recognition and celebrate you with our board and community.
Board comments?
Congratulations, Sunnyside. Like it was mentioned, it's such an honor to have schools that are reflecting that hard work, the community coming together, teachers, administrators, parents, students. And it is, again, an honor. And I just want to commend you for this amazing achievement. And please keep doing what you're doing. We want to continue to celebrate you. We want to continue to bring whatever it is that's working towards all other schools so we can continue to bring that sunny, like you said, some sunshine into the other schools. And I would love to be visiting soon to just continue to see the amazing work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
Like Trustee Ramirez said, congratulations. I hope you keep doing what you're doing. Pass it on to other schools, what's working for you. I have a few nieces and nephews that attend Sunnyside, so I'm sure they're very happy. And they always say that they are very happy to be there. But now, I'm very proud to have them there. So congratulations.
Congratulations, and thank you for bringing the sunshine in. And I'm sure we have classified from your school. They're part of the sunshine. And our principal, yes, okay. Because it does take everyone. It's not just one person, but one person can make a huge difference, and each one of you have done so. And closing that achievement gap is so important, but most importantly as well is they learn by play, they learn by enjoying, by singing, that all the different magic that you do. No one sees that hard work that you do, at home, putting classes together, packages together, and just trying to prepare for that, the children, as Ms. Rosie will say, the babies. Yes, thank you there, everyone's, and the parents, I'm sure, thank you as well. Thank you for doing what you do.
Likewise, I would like to commend every single one of the staff members at Sunnyside. This is a tremendous achievement. The words that we say today will probably pale to the amount of work and the amount of passion that each one of you has demonstrated to your position, to your craft, and especially to your students, because the real winners here are those students, right? Because you're helping them be successful, you're preparing them for the future, and receiving this recognition from the state acknowledges that work that you're doing. But the real winners here are those students that you have in the classroom today, and helping them to prepare. So congratulations and thank you for helping our students be more successful.
I especially feel a connection to Sunnyside, having taught in the community for over 28 years, seeing the students from Sunnyside come up through the middle school and knowing how prepared they were, not just for academics, but for life. And I see with this award that excellence continuing, that it's still happening. The work is, tremendous amount of work is being done. And I know it was a lot of work to become a distinguished school. So all of those on the team, I know you participated in that, and congratulations to you, and thank you very much for our students and our families. All right. Thank you. Give them a hand, guys, again. All right. Moving on to 14A, first and second reading, board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. 14A is the first reading and possible adoption of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3350, Business and Non-Instructional Operations Travel Expenses. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Tonight we have for the board's review and potential approval the travel policy and administrative regulation. We have just some updates to be able to authorize the travel. So we did have previous board policies, 4133, that this board policy would replace, and it provides the district a little more flexibility and the approval process to be able to, a lot of times we learn about conferences a little late, so we're able to approve those internally through our internal process versus having to bring it to the board as a ratification. And so this would allow the district the flexibility in the travel process.
Mr. Pong, I have a question. What was the rationale for the replacement of 4133? What mitigated that?
So we've been working with our county office on some of these board policies, and they had recommended that we make this policy a little more current. And so it was previously in the HR area as the 4000s, and the 3000s is where the business policies are, and this is really a business item.
All right, we have no speakers for this item. Board comments or questions?
You're speaking of 14A, correct?
Yes, 3350.
And you're speaking about, it was 4133? And maybe I'm completely missing it, but I don't see reference to that, but thank you for bringing that up. I would have, so really what you're doing is bringing it over from the HR department to the business aspect. Is that what you're doing? Is that what's happening?
Yes,
Dr.
and defining in the AR a little more, we had some outdated numbers and there was no referencing to tips, so we added a little more language to provide those guidelines.
I would still, we've waited this long. I just don't see the urgency in it. And I know the norm is to first conduct a first and then the following or month to do the second reading and a separate meeting to allow the community to provide input. And I think I'd like, if for your consideration as well, as that we wait till the next month. Today could be the first hearing, next month would be the second hearing, and at that point, if that be the case, we adopt it. But I think this will allow the community engagement.
I'm going with your question, I'm asking.
Mhm.
Is there public input on board policy? They could have been here, okay.
It's called out as first reading and possible adoption. So is it not usually a second reading? The header says first and second reading, board policy under administrative regulations, but A says just first reading. I just would want to give, if there's not an urgency to allow the community for us to bring it back next month. It should be a piece of cake if there's no problem with it.
So one of the things that we did as a policy committee with the three board policies that we're bringing forward, these are recommendations not only from the San Diego County Office of Education, but also from the California School Boards Association. Many of our policies haven't been updated in several years. And as regulations are changing and we're looking to become more stricter with our policies, we want to make sure that we're updating consistently with following the recommendations not only of the County Office of Education, but also what CSBA and EdCode proposes. Travel expenses, I think everybody is in agreement that we need to make sure that everything is up to par and we're following EdCode and we're following the recommendations of the County Office of Education, who oversees our expenditures. While yes, we could possibly wait more time, this item can be brought up again if there's concerns from the public. That's why it was posted.
Can, Dr. Reyes, can we have an explanation as to this type of policy in regard to all boards?
Sure. Would you like me? We actually have one of our attorneys here.
That'd be good.
Yeah. Mr. Pearl?
Good evening, Board, Dr. Reyes, staff, and community. I was asked to look at the policy in advance of this meeting, which I did. Not only did I look at this policy, but as Mr. Pong said, and also Trustee Tamayo, I compared this policy with other policies that other school districts have. And really what this one does is follows that language almost verbatim. The administrative regulation's a little different, but part of what's important is it does bring the amounts and the regular sort of per diem amounts in line with where other districts are at as far as meal reimbursement and what the state allows to occur. So it is up to date. It is consistent with what other districts do. Of course, you're right. The board can wait if that's the prerogative. But really, if you look at Gamut, which is CSBA's arm of providing sample board policies and administrative regulations to district members. It's practically identical. It's very consistent with what's in there. I didn't see anything that raised a red flag as far as being an outlier for this district compared to other districts. And obviously it's for the board to decide. But again, it's very consistent with what's out there.
May I? I think your initial question, President Ugarte, and Mr. Pong's response that it existed before, it was just in a different department, that gives me a little more of more comfort in knowing. And I don't see anything that screams of having to wait. But other than a very important aspect is that the public deserves an opportunity. That's why we call it a first and second reading. I don't see any harm in waiting for the second one, especially if no concerns were brought up. There shouldn't be any before.
Just a quick question. How much was the policy changed from last month when it was posted and available and still online with those? Because even though we withdrew it, was there very much change from last month?
No, there wasn't.
I can tell you where there was change. Page 2 of 4.
In the policy?
Yes, sir. It was not on the version of August 13. It now says meal costs shall, which is not a bad thing. Meal costs shall be reimbursed based on documented actual expenses, itemized receipts that are not more than the maximum amounts for a meals set forth in the established per diem allowance. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But my point being that there are some changes.
But I believe that's the only one, right?
And the other one says on the AR, the 3350, page 3 of 5, number 5 on the bottom, it's now inserted that it says that such use shall have prior authorization by the superintendent or his or her designee. It's not a bad thing, but what I'm saying is that there are some changes.
ARs we don't approve. So those are.
Well, it was changed anyway.
No, just letting us know. Thank you. I'm going to move to approve.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Nay, only for that one reason that I explained.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Pearl. The first and second reading, possible revision to proposed revisions to Board Policy 3400, Business and Non-Instructional Operations, Management of District Assets Accounts. Mr. Pong.
Thank you. Again, we have for your initial review and potential approval the policy 3400. And this is an existing board policy. We are just requesting a change in the capitalization threshold from $5,000 up to $50,000. And we're also adding some new requirements that have come into our closing process, which are the GASB 87 and GASB 96 for leases and subscription-based information technology agreements. So those are our software contracts. Those are new since this policy was updated. So the $50,000 would give us the flexibility to of our capitalization threshold. The capitalization threshold dictates what we have to depreciate on our books. And so we propose increasing that because there's so many items now that are over $5,000 that it's a lot of tracking to have to depreciate all those items. But we still have our inventory process where they're still part of our inventory. So when we purchase an item, it gets added to the inventory. And then when we dispose of it, it also gets removed from our inventory. So we still know what assets the district has.
And Trustee Tamayo, in policy, can you explain what we talked about with Mr. Pong with regard to this? Because we did have questions.
Right. We questioned the idea of the increase from 5,000 to 50,000, and Mr. Pong explained to us that because of the new way the accounting system with GASP is, that we have flexibility on how we can depreciate items. And when we look at what we're purchasing in some of the contracts, for example, the contract with copiers, right? That we have so many copiers in the district that that contract would be more than $50,000. So we would have to depreciate that. And so we are focusing on the bigger items, but we still have inventory of everything. And that's why we were okay, because initially we thought that we were just taking it out of inventory and we didn't want to inventory anything over $5,000. But then Mr. Pong explained, yes, it's still an inventory. We still have an accounting of that. But for reporting purposes, as it allows from GASB, we can go up to $50,000 for depreciation.
And it's an efficiency, right? I mean, it's a lot, it just makes it so that we're not at the stoppage every time it goes over the gotcha, okay. Any other board questions or comments?
I do. I agree with you, Trustee Tamayo. That was one of my alerts here, why it wasn't listed on the capital assets. My concern would be that we have so many items, so much inventory that is 5,000 or under, and how do we track that? I mean, inventory is going to be once a year?
So we also, our technology department has device management systems. So all of the tablets and computers and laptops, they're all part of a device management system. So we can track devices that way also, which are a lot of those between $500 and like $1,500 items.
I just don't understand why, if it was important enough to include it before, why it now is not that important. So that's one of my notes for that. And another question, Dr. Reyes, is it correct to assume that CVESD did not have an AR or BP to address assets accounts prior to this?
That is incorrect. We did have it.
So it was on that previous where we captured the 5,000
Correct.
items?
Correct.
And so now what we're doing is splitting up, that we did like a draw the line?
It's an update on the amount for the capitalization, which is how we are going to be monitoring the depreciation of the items.
Okay.
So we're bumping the amount of items to be depreciated. However, what we were discussing, what the committee discussed, is that the actual inventory remains the same. So we're keeping the inventory, asset inventory remains. It's just how we
It doesn't depreciate?
So there are two different things. For accounting purposes,
Mhm.
it's a depreciation process for accounting purposes. For asset management, it's inventory control.
And is this something we're doing here locally, or is it because of the, what is it, software or application we're using now that we're changing the dollar amount? What's
So
driving it?
Can you share the driving
Right,
force?
this
in it?
was also a recommendation from our auditor because districts are in the process right now of updating this policy because it is an old policy. I mean, this was,
That's where we should have started. Recommendation from the auditor could have
Sorry.
saved you some
Yep.
agony.
All the info, Mr. Pong. All.
Okay. So also in that policy, there's a section there, and there's nothing under, let's see here. Fiscal impact funding source.
there's no fiscal impact. It's just
It's accounting.
accounting.
Okay, so
yeah.
we should have had like none underneath. Okay. And under page 1 of 3, internal controls, fraud prevention, that first page, there's nothing under that, or even like not apply or none or something?
So I could have,
Just this one?
Page
could have
2.
inserted a page break, and we'll do that when
Yeah.
we post it online.
Okay.
But
So
that's supposed to continue
this
on page
continues
2.
on 2, so it's this part.
I thought it comes under business, non-instructional
It-
operations.
So this is the header of the board policy, right?
Yeah, those first 2 lines are
Okay,
the
Those
header.
first
gotcha.
2 lines are the header, but
Okay.
this is the continuation of this heading.
All right, I appreciate that. I do pay attention to minutia, so thank you.
Move to approve 14B.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Domínguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 14C, the first and second reading possible adoption of Board Policy 3314.3, Business and Non-Instructional Operations, District Credit Cards. Mr. Pong.
Thank you. For this board policy, it is an addition, a new board policy, and this was from the recommendation as we've been working with the County Office of Ed on our purchasing procedures. This is an additional subsection to 3314, which is payments of goods and services. So this is providing us an additional way to purchase goods and services that with vendors that do not take purchase orders through our purchase order system. So we really use our district credit cards for a lot of our travel registrations, things like that, because those vendors don't take credit cards, don't take purchase orders as forms of payment.
What type, give us some examples of how this credit card would be used.
Mhm. So again, for flights, for travel, hotel arrangements, the registration, if there's, we've had some emergency cases where, like let's say a school is going on a field trip and for some reason the place didn't want to let them in, even though we had a purchase order, they wouldn't let them in without either a deposit or a payment at that time. So the principals have used their credit cards in those cases.
Okay, those are good examples.
And just so you know, trustees, we've had the credit cards for a long time.
We just didn't have the procedures.
So, yeah,
Right.
correct.
So on page 1 of 2, it would be third paragraph, maybe the third line there, under procedures for proper supervision and use of credit cards. I would have liked to have, I don't know if there would be an AR that goes with it, that shows what those processes would be. I think this is excellent that we need to have this, but it'd be also good to see what those parameters are, what the expectation is, if it's going to be over X dollars or I think there needs to be more to it. That would be my only reservation, not having those items identified.
Could you share, Mr. Wong?
Yes, so each card does have a limit, either on a transaction or the card overall. And we do have a manual that we can include in an update if you want additional
I'd like to see it
information.
before I would approve it. I would like to see a little bit more information on that, but I think this is excellent.
Move to approve.
Oh, I had a question before you. You don't let me comment.
Go-
Oh, can I? Well, so you mentioned that this credit cards have been used.
Correct.
Is this, again, how is us having this gonna help us? And I think I guess it goes along with what Trustee Dominguez Cervantes was saying. Like, what are the guidelines? Like, what is a limit? Like you said, there are limits, but can you tell me like an example? Like, what's the limit for a school transaction? What's the limit? You know, we want to make sure that, again, fiscal responsibility, that we're making sure that these are used. And I understand the need. And again, I do believe it's a good idea. And I love that we need to have a frame of reference.
And also, Mr. Wong, in addition to the answer for Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, could you add also the reconciliation process that needs to take place?
Mhm. Sorry, just give me one quick minute. I'm
Thank you.
Trying to look at what some examples of the limit are.
I have a question. How many card holders do we have? About?
So each principal has one, and all the directors at the district office.
And I'm sure they go through extensive training on, obviously, the rules and
Mhm.
regulations. And I say that because I have a card myself for my other job. So,
Yes.
so they know their limits and their reconciliations and everything. they have
Mhm.
to go through.
So that's part of the procedure process that we've been going through, updating. And so for our principals, for example, they have a single limit purchase of $1,500 and a limit of $5,000. And again, it's really only used for travels or emergency purposes at the school site level, because we do push our purchase order system as much as we can. And then for the reconciliation process, the principal works with their secretary on submitting all the itemized receipts, and then it gets sent over to business services, and I actually do review all the transactions along with our fiscal services director and our accounts payable technician, and then from there the accounting office also audits the transactions.
So could you also share that, what if, while reviewing the reconciliation, there is an expenditure that is not not approved?
Mhm.
What would happen?
So that's when we would request from the employee to pay back the expense.
And there's
a-
repercussions if it's done.
An unallowed expenditure.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And there's repercussions if there's unauthorized transactions.
If it becomes a
that,
pattern, yeah.
If
Mm.
And for when they do the reconciliation, is that counted as like the school's like allotted amount of money? Like is that subtracted from that, or?
Right. They add what account number each charge is going to.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the district budget, it's the site.
I made a motion.
Second.
I was gonna
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
With that we're going to get that information.
Yes, and we'll work on the manual.
Okay, aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving along back in the agenda. Communications to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Educators, Miss Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. It's hard to believe that we only have 1 week left for this quarter. It's now time for parent-teacher conferences, a time to come together and learn more about the students as individuals and establish common goals for the remainder of the school year. I know that tonight you're going to hear a presentation on a plan for family engagement. I'm very excited to hear the presentation and want to acknowledge and praise Giovanna Castro for the amazing work that she does. She not only does an outstanding job in communications department, but has been instrumental in our work with families and creating opportunities for parents to be more actively involved with the district. We must continue to find ways for families and staff to collaborate on our joint efforts to support our students. 2 weeks ago, CVESD and CVE participated in our first annual South County Community Schools Summit. We had 138 participants from all 5 districts in the South Bay. This included principals, site coordinators, superintendents, district and city leaders, as well as school board trustees. I want to thank Dr. Reyes and President Ugarte, CVESD principals and coordinators who took the time out of their busy schedule to connect in this important work to support our families and students. The community schools pillars include integrated student supports, expanded learning opportunities, family and community engagement, and collaborative leadership. CVE has been very active and dedicated in this work because we strongly believe that this is the key to student success. I appreciate the district creating ways for families to become more involved, but we need to go beyond just checking off a box and getting superficial input into creating true partnerships through shared leadership in which our families and staff are creating an honest two-way communication in which we are making joint decisions and not only top-down. As the board will have to make tough decisions in the near future about our budget, I urge you to find more ways to provide input from all partners in how to prioritize the district's spending. I have previously suggested going beyond the usual survey that simply creates a long laundry list of wants and needs and actually get input into how to prioritize them. I was happy to see that done once at the Budget Advisory Committee. The problem is we only have about 3 to 5 people show up to these meetings. We have to do that on a larger scale. And again, I applaud the efforts seen from the district in finding more meaningful ways for that engagement. It is great to have parent university workshops, LCAP informational meetings, and coffee with the principal, as well as DAC, DLAC, but an important component is missing from all these, and that is teachers. CVE would love to work with this district to find ways to incorporate our teachers more into these spaces with our families. Beyond wanting academic success for all students, we share in the concern around safety and the well-being and the mental health of all our students and staff. We applaud the district for putting resources in place and continuing to reach out for more partnerships and support. I was very excited to participate in the shared visioning meeting last week with the County Child, Family, and Wellbeing team to help bring more supports to community schools. Lastly, I want to thank Trustee Tolston for taking the time to come with me to visit Juarez Lincoln and Finney. Also, Trustee Tamayo and Ugarte for your willingness to do more site visits with me. I look forward to doing that with all of you. I appreciate your support in ensuring that we're providing food to students who may be hungry in our classrooms. I look forward to continuing to work and expect everyone to have a wonderful, fun fall break. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association, Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Reyes. It is truly remarkable to realize that we are already nearing the end of Q1. The pace of the school year is a clear reminder of just how much happens in our schools every single day, and how much our members do to ensure that students feel safe and supported and challenged to grow, and that school communities are positive places to learn. On behalf of AACV, I want to thank you for considering the adoption of the resolution tonight proclaiming October 12th through 18th as Week of the School Administrator in our district. This recognition is meaningful because it shines a light on the many capacities in which our members serve each day. Yes, we are instructional leaders, guiding, teaching, learning, and continuous improvement. But we can also be found putting Band-Aids on skinned knees, offering tissues and reassurance when tears fall, calming worried parents, and even spot cleaning the brand new white, messy jersey after lunch when ketchup took the victory. These small moments may seem ordinary, but together they capture the heart of what it means to lead a school. Our members work to do whatever it takes to ensure that our school communities are positive places to learn and grow. This evening, I also want to address the Rigorous Learning for All Action Plan, which I always love when I'm addressing you, that the graphic is right behind you with all the beautiful new science and Spanish language arts photos from Instructional Services. But particularly, I want to hit the turquoise domain on turnaround leadership. On August 29th, our members submitted their turnaround leadership action plans to district leadership. These plans represent an enormous investment of thought, reflection, and effort by site leaders. They really are not just compliance documents on paper. They are living roadmaps that are guiding us toward the practices that will drive student achievement. While their development required deep work, they are already yielding benefits, bringing that clarity and focus and alignment that I've been before the board to address as a need. It's also given focused work to the work that district leadership does with principals in the different support models. One of the most powerful aspects of these TLAPs is the way they weave together the many strands of our work. They create through lines across professional development, staff meetings, teacher collaboration, professional reading, and even parent and family engagement. They ensure that what we do as leaders connects directly to what happens in classrooms and even with families at home. At my own site, for example, our TLAP goal intentionally included involving families in our goal through a very different and deep way than in past years. Using our new parent ambassador through the district's parent ambassador program, we actually had one of the best turnouts at Coffee with the Principal just recently. We talked about our focus at school, about joy in mathematics at home. We learned about all the games that you can make doing with dice. And that came from that collaboration with our new parent ambassador and bringing parents into the math goal. So that was really exciting because it brings the power of the TLAP plan and it combines that power of the parent ambassador program as well. And really that's that strengthening that homeschool connection that everybody wants. Anyway, as we look ahead to the recognition of the Week of the School Administrator, I hope you will see it as really more than a proclamation. It's an opportunity to pause and honor the extraordinary commitment of our members, the leaders who are not only managing schools, but also shaping futures. Our principals are working tirelessly to bring that graphic that's behind you, that RLFA, to life, and to build those strong cultures of learning and to ensure that every child in our district has access to the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communications. The oral communications section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it in person to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matter to the superintendent for review and report. Okay. And if I'm looking at my agenda items correctly, oral communications, we only have one speaker, Mary Ann Saponara.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Saponara, and I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Reyes, board members, and guests. I'm a retired principal from the San Ysidro School District and a grant writer. And what has been brought to my attention, because I'm a member of the Nacion Avenue Crusaders, there's a safety issue dealing with Hillcrest School, okay? And a member and myself, August 8th of 2024, we met with the mayor, his staff, and a police official. We made some recommendations how the safety of children walking on Nacion to Hillcrest and the other schools in the area can be improved. Nothing was done. My husband and I and other Crusaders are very concerned about the lack of a school crossing guard patrol. Our son Ernesto was a crossing guard, and he went on to the Coast Guard Academy, and now he's a retired Coast Guard officer. So it's very important, and I was told, and others were told, well, the children have no interest. Wow. In San Ysidro, I set up the patrols there. The children love to be working with the police. There's a deeper issue here. Parents, from what I've been told, and have flipped off the kids and the adults helping them. So no wonder they don't want to be patrol members. They feel traumatized. I'm recommending a book by Dr. Basel van der Kolk. The Body Keeps Score, meaning trauma at this young age can go along with their emotional and social development. And it lingers. The child might have a nightmare of the parent who flipped him and her off. This is wrong, folks. Okay? And I am representing the Crusaders, and I would like to know, Dr. Reyes, what has been done to help? Has counseling been given to this school safety patrol? I would like to see the patrol students back. Thank you.
And I'm amending, thank you. The agenda item was marked wrong, so there are 4 more speakers. Rosemary Lowry.
Hi. Originally, I came here tonight. I was just expecting to listen, but I'm here to speak because there was 2 major acts of gun violence today, and I think a lot of parents worry about their children in schools. So I would like to ask the district if they could prioritize the project for the buzz-in systems for the doors. I believe you guys had some bond money allocated for that. I know you have a couple schools that are done, but from what I understand, you're going to be doing all 50 schools. So I would just like to ask if you could prioritize that with just the climate we have going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel Cravens.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to respond to a comment that from the previous board meeting in regards to the board meetings running long and costing the district money. I, a valuable stakeholder, believe it is important for stakeholders to understand what is being approved and denied. I also believe it fosters transparency, something that has been a huge issue. I do have a suggested solution, is probably before approving or denying a motion, maybe it could be explained to the public and identify potential questions and have the answers. It kind of prevents the back and forth between the board members. And another issue is about budget. Has the board considered reorganizing leadership roles and reducing administrative costs as alternatives to reducing programs that directly benefit students in addressing the budget deficit? If so, what specific changes are being explored or implemented? Specifically, since the COO position or the Senior Director of Facilities position was a new position that was created last school year, is it really necessary to have that position? Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Tehan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rachel Tehan. I'm a TK teacher at Wolf Canyon Elementary School. Wolf Canyon staff and families are losing confidence in our administration. This is the 2nd year in a row we are raising the same concerns, and nothing has changed. First, leadership. With nearly 1,000 students and 3 SDC classes, Wolf Canyon requires strong, steady leadership. Instead, we see repeated mistakes and no clear direction. Even with an added title for one of our admin this year, the reality on the ground has not improved. Teachers and parents are asking, who is really leading and when will things get better? Second, student behavior. Our gen ed classrooms are functioning like mild mod SDC classes, and our mild mod SDC classrooms are functioning like mod severe. This is not sustainable. Extreme behaviors are disrupting entire grade levels, pulling staff from their duties, forcing office closures, and leading to multiple injuries. Students with significant needs require appropriate placement and support without sacrificing the safety and learning of everyone else. Third, class size and mainstreaming. We still have an unresolved grievance from last year, and now we are filing another one this year. Teachers are sitting at 31 students in 5th and 6th grade, and mainstream students are being added without proper support they need. This is not equitable access to education. It overwhelms teachers, shortchanges students, and violates our contract for 2 years in a row now. Wolf Canyon cannot keep functioning like this. The lack of leadership, the escalation of behaviors, and the repeated violations of contract language are breaking trust. Teachers are losing faith, parents are losing trust, and students are paying the price. We don't need more promises. We don't need more coaching. We need leadership that takes charge, protects staff, honors the contract, and restores confidence in our school. Wolf Canyon deserves better, our students deserve better, and we are demanding better now. As we like to say at Wolf Canyon, make it a great day or not. The choice is yours. Woo! Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Salaya.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, President Ugarte, board members and audience. My name is Lisa Salaya, and I'm here on behalf of the California Association for Bilingual Education, South County, Chapter 65. I have been a member and a volunteer of CABE for over 30 years. I retired 2 years ago. I was a bilingual teacher and EL dual immersion coordinator for South Bay Union School District. I served for 35 years, and I'm here to ask for your help. Each year, we hold a CABE mini conference to raise funds for our $1,000 scholarships to provide one senior at each high school from the Sweetwater Union School District. We rely on participants to attend the conference, and all proceeds go to the scholarship fund. Before the pandemic, we would have over 300 participants attend the mini conference, which provided the funds for the scholarships, and a $50 scholarship to 6th grade recipients from the 4 elementary school districts: Chula Vista Elementary School District, National School District, San Isidro School District, and South Bay Union School District. Chula Vista Elementary School District would always have the most participants attending. During and after the pandemic, we had participants attend, but we were only able to raise enough for high school students and not the elementary school students. Last year, we did have a rise in attendance from the other elementary school districts, Sweetwater Union High School districts, and even San Diego State students. And we would like to reinstate the $50 scholarship to the elementary schools, but again, we need your help with attendance. Chula Vista Elementary School District has always been in the forefront in participating in this great event, and we are hoping that this year you send participants from all schools as well as donate possibly interpreters and translators to help us during the sessions. Last year, we were impressed by the surrounding districts that sent teams of board members, principals, teachers, and parents, as well as 2 superintendents working together to ensure educational success for our students. We offer excellent sessions for parents, teachers, paraeducators, and administrators. Our theme this year is Voices, Ever Strong and Powerful. All presenters volunteer their valuable time to share their expertise and provide professional development to all participants. The students in South County deserve our support. You see, I have lived in Chula Vista for 38 years. I grew up in National City and graduated from Sweetwater High School. Yes, Dr. Brand was the advising coordinator. And while attending SDSU, we moved to El Cajon. But once I was hired as a teacher, I returned to South County because I'm passionate about our students here, and they all deserve our support. My hope is that you will be able to attend alongside Chula Vista Elementary School parents, paraeducators, teachers, principals, coordinators, and directors. Thank you for your time, and I was wondering if I could approach with some flyers.
Thank you. Oral presentation and written reports. The District Safety Health Update, Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, President Ugarte, Governing Board, and our community. It's my pleasure to present today our monthly safety update. We have a quick one this month. Just want to make sure that we address this issue as brought to our attention about our CPR classes and what we're offering. The district right now is partnering with Rady's Children Health, and one of the projects that they have is a project called Project Adam. Project Adam is a voluntary project, and what we're going to be looking at doing is aligning this with our school safety plans, where we keep track of who on our school site is CPR certified and trained. Also, who is responsible for our cardiac machines, and make sure that we have everything updated. And when we verify with Rady's Children's Hospital, they present us as a Project Adam school. So we're excited about bringing that project, and we'll be sharing more with that with our principals. Raptor site visitor. This is one of the most exciting things I have to share with you guys. Anyone who's been on our school site knows that the district prioritizes safety, and we make sure that everyone signs into our system. One of the things that is kind of labor intensive is when we have events where we have more than one parent on our school sites. This process, we've now updated our system, and we are one of the first school districts in California to be rolling this out, where you can go in and you can scan your phone to the QR codes listed here, and you get a scanned QR code back. If you are registered with Raptor system, instead of going through the process where you have to take out your ID and do this process, you can actually go ahead and do it ahead of time, put in your license, put in your information, and when you visit the school sites, all that process will be streamlined. So what you're able to do is now scan before you go to the school site, be able to check in, and you'll be in the system. This also works, especially for our board and other folks that are at more than one school site. The system speaks to all of our school sites, so that QR code that's generated back to you after you sign up, you just bring that QR code to any of your school sites you visit. You click on the iPad button. One of the buttons is I'm pre-registered with Raptor. You click that button, a little screen pops up, you show your QR code, and you're able to print your badge and go right in. So we're hoping that it secures a faster time for our parents and community members that are visiting our school sites, yet providing the same level of safety that Raptor is known for. And that's it for this month. Questions?
We have no speakers. Any board questions or comments?
I do. I'm glad the timing couldn't have been more perfect. The Raptor system, it implies or is that we have our driver's license in there so it can clear to see if there's a hit, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, and of course, if there's a hit, no, you can't come in, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and I did share with you, Dr. Reyes, the last couple of months about AB 495, that it's a little scary, and there's a proposal out there, and I don't see us going there, but what are we going to do to protect our children, that people can come in with a form and not even have to provide their ID, not even have to have the parents' permission, no notarized anything, and that person can take your child. So I need us to be on the front end, not on the other end. And that's been traveling through the assembly, and it got worse when it went from the House to the Senate. And I've been sharing that concern for the last few months. And so what's the point of Raptor if anybody can come in and take your child? So I would like our legal or some proactive way of us preparing ourselves. I know, Dr. Reyes, you shared with me how, most parents, most, because apparently not all, have that emergency card where you list, okay, who you contact. Well, if some parents are not providing that, and if me walking in or anybody walking in trumps that and I can take that child, it defeats the purpose. And I'd like us to have some kind of policy here in our district that won't occur. The intent was for different reasons. There was a different intent because there was concern that a child might not have a parent when they get home due to immigration issues. I get that, but that's not what can be used. We have to look at the exceptions because all it takes is one child. And I'd like us to get on the front end of that. I don't know how that fits in with our whole safety, and you've worked so hard on Raptor and getting this, and I can come in and just take any child.
Dr. Reyes, I would just ask that we keep an eye on the bill and that we consult with legal if this passes, because I don't see the school district breaking the law. I'm not saying that it's going to pass. I'm just saying we stay at the forefront of it, because if it becomes a law, as a board, we can't break the law.
Well, as a board member and as an individual, I will break the law, and I will not allow a child to go with anyone that is not listed on the emergency.
And I
for
think
the record.
I understand, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. I understand that. We don't know the details, and it's not completely through the legislation. So, and this isn't the point on the agenda. I get what you're saying for safety. I do.
So
Details. I do know the details, and I ask everyone to look it up yourself. The intent might have started out as a good thing, but it's not where it's at. Please look at it. Anyone who's listening, look that up and make your voices heard.
So what I can do, trustees, is we can look at the bill. I can start, again, we don't know if it's going to pass or not, but just in case it does pass, we need to know how it's going to be, because once it passes, then the question is, well, how will it, when and how will it be implemented? You know, the details. So I can have legal start taking a look at it. Many times when bills pass, then there's legal challenges, etc. But I can start having legal take a look at it.
Thank you. Right. So I asked about it a few months ago, so I just like someone in our department to keep an eye on these things. Thank you.
I had a question over the new application. Will this QR be provided to all the parents so they're ready before they come in?
Yeah, so we're going to review it with our principals at our upcoming operational meeting next week. We have all what you saw in the presentation was a flyer. It's going to be in English and then in Spanish. And then we'll provide that QR code and those updates to our principals. And so in their regular messaging to the school sites, they'll be able to send it to the parents, and they can do that even before they get to school and just speed up the process.
Okay. And have we worked out any glitches on the system yet? Have we people already enrolled?
Yeah, I know one person enrolled that worked it out, and so we did it at our front desk, and it was pretty seamless. Actually, I should admit, that gentleman back there, Ahmed, is really responsible for getting all this stuff going for me. He modeled it for me and was able to log in, and because I don't know if I could trust him sometimes, but he was able to log in and get in about 10 seconds maybe. So it's going to be a great system.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, item 9B, presentation on the 25-26 Family Engagement Plan. Dr. Reyes.
Hi, good afternoon, trustees. So today I'm happy to ask Giovanna Castro, Director of Communications, to present the plan that was created during the summer for this coming year and future years, but especially this coming year, the 25-26 school year, for parent engagement and on how we're going to be not just bringing in more parents, but collaborating with them to ensure that we have a true partnership between the district, the sites, and our parents. And so with that, I give you Ms. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Reyes. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Education, and Executive Cabinet. I would like to also call up with me this evening one of our parent ambassadors, Cristina Herena, and one of our principals, Dr. Canales of Los Altos Elementary School. They will be presenting with me tonight, and I also have our communications supervisor, Ms. Mayela Coiterer, that is here with me as well to support. So thank you so much. So tonight you will hear a presentation on how the Chula Vista Elementary School District is enhancing family engagement through our 25-26 Family Engagement Plan. Last year, CVESD made a collaborative effort to strengthen family engagement through a variety of initiatives, guided by Goal 5 of the LCAP, from CVESD University workshops to the creation of the Learning Series. The district's goal was to build bridges between the district, schools, and families. While we made progress, our results showed there was room for growth. As part of this effort, the district launched CVESD University last school year, which included 13 workshops. While the topics range from neurodiversity to safety, the average attendance was just 13 participants. The most attended workshop, Neurodiversity by Brain Balance of San Diego, drew 27 attendees, while Conversations That Count, a safety-focused session, had only 3 parents. As CVESD is the largest TK through 6th grade school district in California, with thousands of families, the turnout for these workshops was less than 1% of our family population. In addition, 7 LCAP informational sessions were held to invite families to the conversations about district priorities and funding. Yet 4 sessions had 0 attendees, 1 had just 1 was canceled because of the Border 2 fire, and 1 session saw 7 participants. Attendance at these workshops served as an early indicator that the district needs to rethink how we engage our families. On a positive note, while overall participation was modest given the size of our district, 2 parent guardians were recognized as parent scholars for attending 8 or more sessions last school year. It's also important to note that many attendees were repeat participants, demonstrating a strong commitment to staying engaged throughout the workshop series. Last year, the district also launched the CVESD Learning Series, a toolkit of workshops designed for school sites to schedule for families at their school. The workshops offered were building effective school and home partnerships, navigating parent-teacher conferences for success, fostering effective learning environments at home, the essential impact of school committees, and setting your child up for success, preparing for school assessments. A total of 6 workshops were presented across 4 school sites last year. Despite the relevance of these themes, the demand for these presentations from schools was low and did not align with the needs of our schools or our families. In addition to these initiatives, the district also launched or hosted our annual Community Expo at the beginning of last year, where hundreds of families participated to kick off the new school year. We also launched our first ever Station Experiences parent field trip, where we had 47 parent guardians visit our health station to experience hands-on learning opportunities provided to students. Parents of 3rd and 4th graders were nominated by their principals to participate. In one of the following slides, you will hear a testimonial from one of our parents who participated last year with us. Although there were strides towards increasing the homeschool connection, CVESD's outcomes for family engagement initiatives did not meet the district's goal, and we saw a need to shift our focus to the school level while also providing opportunities at the district level. To inform our planning for the 25-26 school year, CVESD turned to 2 key sources of insight. We looked at the data from the LCAP survey, where our educational partners emphasized the importance of family engagement programs, district communications, and school community building. And we also looked at our successes, which included the Community Expo, our partnership with Brain Balance of San Diego, and the Station Experiences parent field trip. Through this data and insight, the Office of Communications created the 25-26 Family Engagement Plan. Goal 1 is to increase parent-guardian leadership opportunities. Goal 2 is to enhance two-way communications with families. And Goal 3 is to empower our principals to increase participation at the school site level. For Goal 1, our strategy is to enhance family engagement efforts through district-wide events and workshops. Our first action for Goal 1 is to organize 2 annual community events for families, including the Community Expo and Station Experiences Parent Field Trip, to provide information, resources, and interactive learning experiences for our families, students, and our staff. The Office of Communications is excited to report that the Community Expo was a huge success that took place on July 26th to kick off the new school year. We had hundreds of families attend, where there were free district and community resources, free food, and interactive activities for students. We are also excited to start planning in the coming months for the Station Experiences Parent Field Trip, as that was one of our most successful initiatives last year. I'm now going to play a short testimonial from our parent spokesperson, Ms. Helena, about her experience at the Station Experience Parent Field Trip last year. Okay. Now for action 2, which is we will have our testimonial from our parent ambassador shortly. Or wait a moment. Do you want to share your experience live? I know you mentioned it.
Right. Oh, the field trip experience?
Yes, the field trip experience.
I don't have those notes in front of me, but yeah. Okay, so good evening. My name is Cristina Helena. I did the Station Experience field trip last year, and I loved it. I love to learn. And so I thought, field trip, yeah, day off. And really, it was enlightening. I had no idea what the RIASEC component of those field trips was. And talking to all the other parents on that field trip, they were like, oh, I knew my son and daughter were doing all these field trips. I had no idea it tied into that element of kind of building a bridge between what their personalities tend to do or things that they like to learn and how that can start the stepping stones towards a career path. So kind of that career pathway initiative going to those field trips that was very cool, because also it's just a really fun field trip. I am a graduate of Cook Elementary. We were a distinguished school back then, and now I'm a distinguished school at Sunnyside now, but I remember going to the training center, and that was the field trip we did for the Station Experience. And so it was very cool to kind of see it as an adult, but also see, I think, a little bit more depth to it. So
thank you so much.
Here I am.
Thank you, Ms. Helena. Now for action 2, which is to partner with external organizations to deliver a series of 5 quarterly workshops at the district level, focusing on topics that address the academic and socio-emotional needs of students and families. This year, we have partnered with Brain Balance of San Diego to host a series of workshops at the district office at various times. To encourage participation, childcare and interpretation services are available for all families. We held our first workshop, Executive Functioning, on August 21st, where we had 29 attendees, the highest attendance since we started the initiative. Our next workshop is scheduled for Thursday, October 30th at the district office, and we look forward to seeing more and more families attend. Action 3 focuses on expanding access to translation and interpretation services to ensure all families can participate and engage equitably. To support this goal, we recently added an additional interpreter translator to our team. We now have 3 dedicated professionals providing translation and interpretation services throughout our district and 50 school sites. Action 4 is focused on establishing a parent ambassador program. Applications for Cohort 1 open on June 6th and closed on July 25th at 5 p.m. The opportunity was promoted through all district communication channels, including social media, the website, newsletters, emails, and through school site principals. One parent or guardian was selected from each school site in collaboration with the school principal. I'm excited to share that we have a parent ambassador for every single school within our district, non-charter, and we also have a few parent ambassadors representing our charter schools as well. Parent ambassadors held their first meeting on August 7th at the district office. During the session, they learned about their roles and responsibilities as parent ambassadors, heard a presentation from Assistant Superintendent Jessica Morales on rigorous learning for all, and engaged with various district departments to gain a deeper understanding of the services and supports that we provide for our families and our students. So you might ask, what do parent ambassadors do? Parent ambassadors attend quarterly meetings at the district office, promote district programs and initiatives at their child's school through outreach with other families, collaborate with district leadership and other parent leaders, and identify and work on a goal to increase family engagement at their child's school in partnership with their school principal. The Office of Communications remains committed to supporting our parent ambassadors between meetings by staying connected through a group chat and sharing ongoing resources and tools in their Parent Ambassador OneDrive. I'd now like to invite up one of our parent ambassadors, Ms. Helena from Sunnyside Elementary, to share her experience with us as a parent ambassador.
Good evening again. My name is Cristina Helena. I am the parent ambassador for Sunnyside Elementary. First, I just want to say I am grateful that this role gives me the opportunity to work with district leaders, the principal and families of Sunnyside to determine where our school could benefit from more family participation and how I can encourage or inspire that to happen. Our first parent ambassador meeting was incredibly enlightening. We were asked to create a specific measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goal or SMART goal to increase parent engagement at our school sites. It was really great to collaborate with other parents and work on our individual goals. This meeting also provided a wealth of information regarding programs and resources our district offers. I was blown away by the presentation about rigorous learning for all, our district 5-year academic plan. It was amazing not only to see the objectives and the priority actions, but also to hear about how it evolves based on updated student performance and data. I think a lot of parents are like, oh, I've heard of it, but I hadn't really seen or anything, so it was very nice to get all that information. After the meeting, I worked with my principal, Ms. Arancibia, on my goal. After reviewing parent attendance at certain meetings, it led me to create my goal, which is to increase parent attendance at the principal's quarterly ELAC meeting by 5 parents by the end of this calendar year and an additional 5 by the end of the school year. I'm working on this goal by connecting with other parents to learn about what would incentivize them to attend meetings or other school events. Parents have shown appreciation for the information I have been able to share so far, and I hope that will be reflected in achieving my goal this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Helena. Finally, as part of Goal 1, the Office of Communications created a family engagement resource guide in English and Spanish that has been shared with school sites and added to our enhanced family engagement page on our website. Our second goal is to increase two-way communications with families. This year, we've made significant upgrades, including new district and school websites, a streamlined mass messaging system, and the launch of the new CVESD mobile app, a one-stop hub for all school and district communications. These new tools ensure families receive timely, relevant, and accessible information about their child's education. This school year is a transition year, and we are excited to see the enhanced communications district-wide once the tools are fully adopted and implemented by all of our schools. Our third goal is to empower principals to increase participation within their school community. To support Goal 3, the Office of Communications created and distributed a family engagement resource guide for principals, which includes a menu of free and paid workshop providers where they can schedule workshops based on their community needs. Workshop options include partners such as Brain Balance of San Diego, the San Diego District Attorney's Office, Positive Parenting Program from County of San Diego, and much more. Information on the workshops, including costs and contact details, is compiled in one central location for principals to easily access and schedule based on the needs of their community. The Family Engagement Resource Guide for Principals also includes all CVSD University workshop information, along with additional resources for families. The Office of Communication remains committed to expanding these resources and is actively seeking partnerships with other organizations to bring additional workshops and services to our community. For Action 2, we have put together a toolkit of presentations that are ready for principals to use during their Coffee with the Principal, school site committees, and other initiatives. Presentations provided in the toolkit include creating effective learning environments at home, family engagement, parent-teacher conferences, preparing for testing, and rigorous learning for all. We will also continue to expand on this toolkit throughout the school year. Finally, for Action 3, as you heard earlier, through the Parent Ambassador Program, parent ambassadors are working with their school site principals to create a goal to increase family engagement at their school site. Parent ambassadors will be working on their goal throughout the school year and have already started to implement their strategies to increase family engagement. I'd now like to invite one of our principals, Dr. Canales of Los Altos Elementary School, to share how Los Altos is increasing participation at her school through the Parent Ambassador Program and resources provided.
Good evening. I'm so excited to share the progress we've made at Los Altos in strengthening family engagement through our Parent Ambassador Program. From the very first Parent Ambassador meeting, our parent came back very energized and eager to share what she had learned. She spoke passionately about the Rigorous Learning for All plan and immediately began thinking about how to set a meaningful family engagement goal for our school. Together, we landed on a goal to double the number of families who attend our parent academic nights. What has been truly inspiring is the creativity and the ownership of our parent ambassadors as this has brought our work together. She has suggested ideas such as recruiting a parent representative from each classroom so that she can connect directly with them to help promote our events. She also thought of creating an incentive program where families earn a gold ticket to move to the front of the line for student performances, award assemblies, and festivals. She also thought about launching Transformation Tuesdays, where we share fun facts about the impact of academics on student lives that connect to upcoming parent events and educate families on the importance of education. We're currently planning our parent math night, and one of her initiatives is to have students create a promotional video inviting their families to attend. This collaboration is not only engaging parents, but also empowering our students to take part in encouraging family involvement. I'm incredibly excited about the momentum that we have with the Parent Ambassador Program, and it's already transforming the way that we connect with our families. And I truly am looking forward to continue the partnership to deepen our school community's engagement and student learning. So thank you so much for your support in supporting our students and our families and our Parent Ambassador Program.
Thank you so much, Dr. Canales. In conclusion, family engagement at the Chula Vista Elementary School District is a shared effort across the district and across our 50 schools. Beyond the work that the Office of Communications is doing, families are also invited to participate in district advisory committees such as DAC, Budget Advisory, or Wellness. Parent and guardians can also participate in school-based groups like DLAC, PTA, PTO, PTG, school safety committees, and family volunteers. We also have community schools, early childhood education programs such as CHIMES and the School Readiness Program, and special education committees. As you've heard tonight, the Chula Vista Elementary School District is committed to strengthening family engagement across the district in the 25-26 school year and beyond. The Office of Communications looks forward to partnering with families and schools to expand opportunities and foster meaningful connections. Thank you for your continued support of this work.
Thank you. We have no speakers on this item. Board questions or comments?
Yes. First of all, thank you for your presentation and for all parents and our principal that are here. And thank you to our interpreters and translators. I know that they're doing amazing work. So I have a question. So you mentioned, and I was a witness, that some of last year's workshops were lowly attended. I was the one in one of the workshops. So I understand that. I just want to know, do we have the numbers of how many people attended at the schools?
So I do not have those numbers.
Okay.
We did have workshops at the school site
Yes.
level, and I have the sign-in sheets and can provide that in a board update.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great because that will give us a picture of, where we're starting from and what we can do. I also attended the parent workshop that we had from Brain Balance, and it was really interactive and fun. Just that at the end, they were like, oh, just sign up for the resources. And I don't know if you sign up for the resources or we have seen the email that they send, because they send an email with some resources and then they offer like more things, like you can pay for this, you can pay for that. So as a parent, I never want to feel like I need to pay for something to get more resources. So maybe just let's look at that email and see if there's anything we can talk to Brain Balance about, because again, I don't want any parent to feel like I don't have the money to pay for this. We want the parents to feel like we're here to empower you. And for the experiences for the parent field trip this year, are we doing more than one this year?
So we are doing one field trip,
Okay.
but we are visiting 2 stations.
Oh, okay.
So it will be for our 5th grade families.
Mhm.
We are working with our innovation department to identify a date, but that will be later in the school year in either quarter 3 or quarter 4.
Okay. And are we doing one parent per school, or is it open?
It will be one parent per school. Unfortunately, we have limited capacity due to the station experiences. Our students are there when we are visiting, so parents can see our students in action learning. So we can only hold so many parents, and it will be one parent per school site.
Okay. Is it the parent ambassador parents, or would it be open to other parents?
It will be open to other parents, so I will work in collaboration with our school site principals to identify a parent to participate this year.
Okay. Sorry. Yes. Oh, I really, really like the golden ticket idea. I think that was amazing. I was like, wow, that's awesome. Just can we have like all those great ideas together? And I'm sure that in your quarter meetings, I don't know if you guys will be able to just when you get these parents together and say like, what are the best ideas, and bring them forward, because again, we want to make sure that we're empowering as many parents as we can. And I think that's it. Thank you.
A few comments. You do an amazing job. I've said it before. And I even tell Dr. Reyes sometimes that it's like communications overkill, because I get it on Instagram, Facebook, email, and then I get it from the school again. And I mean, I'm not complaining, because that's how it's supposed to be. So it's amazing how much you do, and everybody that is working as parent ambassadors now. And I understand what Trustee Ramirez is saying, that even personally, sometimes it's easier to get to the school, right, as a parent. So it would be great to maybe see some of these, and I think you mentioned it, see how we can gauge some of these classes or workshops that are offered here at different school sites. But other than that, again, you guys are all doing an amazing job. Ms. Helena, with the RIASEC, I visited one of the stations and I had the same sentiment, like just seeing how the kids are geared, like career orientation, to see where your child might be heading and what their interests are. That was completely eye-opening for me. So I'm so glad that parents are getting exposed to that, because there's so many things that we might not see many times as parents. And the kids are not going to share that much, right? It's fine. We did great. Okay. So now us getting those communications, and seeing it is great. And that golden ticket, I need to talk to you guys about that. Like, one suggestion, I was like, weekly parking. Hey man, I thought you were going to say golden ticket to be like, get ahead of the traffic line or something. So just a suggestion as a parent, but yeah, great job. Thank you.
I have a couple of comments too. I heard great stuff about the brain balance one. Different parents share different information. And how much did it cost us?
For our workshop series, it was approximately $1,200 in total, but I can provide the total cost in a board update.
Is that for one?
No, for the total series, for all workshops, it was approximately $1,200.
Okay, that's good. And the idea of the ambassador, I think, I don't know, but your ambassadors will know best, if they had like a team of a couple of ambassadors there, that they could work as a team there. Why did we limit it to one ambassador per school, remind me?
We limited it to one parent ambassador at each school site this year in order to really work with our parent ambassadors in building their capacity and leadership. If we opened it up to multiple parents per school site, it would take away from the work that they're individually doing. But next school year, we will continue to expand on the program with cohort 2 with new parent ambassadors. And our parent ambassadors that are part of the program now will become senior parent ambassadors, because we want to continue to engage them and build a network of parents to enhance and increase our family engagement so that they will continue to stay involved. So yes, this school year there's only one parent ambassador, but in 5 years there will be 5 parent ambassadors for each school site, and we will continue to add on to our parent ambassadors every school year.
So does that mean you didn't allow any 5th or 6th grade parents?
We have parents from every...
No, because your point being, if you're trying to increase it, then how can they increase it if they're gone?
So parent ambassador applications are open district-wide.
No, what I'm saying is you're building capacity and you wanted to focus on each one of the parents so they could grow it, but they're going to grow it amazingly and leave because their kid is leaving. So I'm just wondering, that's why one of the reasons why maybe that might be something you can consider to grow. And the field trips is, maybe we can make multiple field trips to let the other parents know what a great job the innovation stations are doing and what their kids are seeing. So grow the enthusiasm, that's good. And as far as data, do we not have data yet as far as engagement, parent engagement or growth? Do we have a base?
We have data from our LCAP survey. We also have data from Hanover, and we sent out a communication survey at the beginning of this year and last year as well. So we have data from that. In addition, we have attendance data. So we have all of the sign-in sheets for our workshops where we're tracking how many parents and community members attend.
And I think what we've heard again, and I've brought this up a few months ago, and so, yes, glad that Trustee Jessica's also called it out, that having these workshops or these meetings out where the parents are, because it might be easier for them to just walk over or just drive over a short block to help. What's your thought on that?
So
what are you looking at?
As part of our family engagement guide, and our goal this year is empowering our principals to increase family engagement at their school site. And we provided a family engagement resource guide to all principals that have workshops available, either at a cost or free, that they can schedule based on their community needs. So for example, this week I worked with Hedenkamp Elementary School. They're interested in having an executive functioning presentation by Brain Balance at their school site, so I'm helping to facilitate that. But every school site site is different as far as their needs and their wants. And so having those opportunities and that menu of services and supports for our principals that they can utilize and schedule is our main priority. And we will continue to enhance that support and resource for our principals.
So that means the principal has to do the work. Yes.
The principal would need to schedule the workshop based on their community needs.
And the like, for instance, the brain balance would be, because it would be great from the feedback we've gotten. People really liked parents really enjoyed that. Does that come out of their school site? Where do they pay that from, or is the district paying for it if they do it at each school?
I would I would defer that question to Mark Pong.
So like any other either lunch activity or assembly or workshop that school sites have, the ones that are free, they're free. But if there's a cost, and for example, tonight, you're going to be voting on several activities, lunch activities like the BMX, etc., that are come at a cost for the site, and it's out of site funds. So this would be the same thing.
So we're going to dangle a carrot in front of them and say, but you have to pay for it?
Again, this is no different than any other activity. So, for example, the parent engagement department.
But isn't parent engagement supposed to? It's part of our LCAP, so it shouldn't. I don't see how that can.
So let me back up a little bit. So, the work of the department is to create, like in this particular case, a menu of services. The menu of services and opportunities. The menu of services has, in this, what she's explaining, a list of different types of workshops. Some come at no cost, some come at a reasonable cost. And so the same way that we approve, that you approve, different vendors, some free, for example, were the San Diego, the Space Museum, that they have free trips to the Space Museum. Others come at a cost. It's up to the principal. The principal is the ambassador of their school. So the principal, based on the needs of that particular school, they say, you know what, our school would benefit from having this activity. Our school would benefit from having this type of workshop. And based on that, they would look into the menu of services, select one that has been created by the department, select one, arrange the time and date that is best for that particular site, and then if it comes at no cost, then it's no cost. If it comes at a cost, then they would pay for it. So that is a process that school sites have when engaging activities from the outside.
Had a different vision of Ms. Giovanna being able to clone herself and go into the different schools and be out there and help assisting the teachers and assisting the principals and kicking it off versus, no disrespect, versus handing it off to them in a way that they're not quite, look at this principal. She's on her laptop working. Okay, so they don't stop. Rosie and the teachers, and that's just like we're giving them yet another assignment.
And just so you know, for the board, a reminder for the board that every principal, they have Title I funds, and Title I funds, part of the Title I funds that they manage, and that's part of their job to manage their funds. Title I funds, part of that is parent engagement. So
I understand. I just had envisioned.
Mm-hmm.
I am very involved within the community, and I'm at school sites almost every single day and working with principals and parents and community members in order to share out all the great information that we're doing and the resources and services. So you will see me at school sites, and I know a lot of our principals and staff and students see me as well. but I am working very closely at the school level to ensure that the information and the services that we have are getting out to all of our parents.
All right. I'm very excited about seeing it grow, which is driving my questions.
Anything?
Should I?
Go for it.
All right. I want to start off by thanking you because I seen two other people in leading the parent engagement position, and this is the first time I see an actual plan. So I want to congratulate you for developing a plan and putting it and transforming what we're doing for families and to reach out to parents. And this little time that we tasked you to help with this, I seen a growth, a tremendous growth, and that I'm not just seeing your work, I'm seeing how schools are benefiting from your leadership on this matter. And I'm very excited with the plan that you have and the team that you're building and the ideas, the fresh ideas that you're bringing to the table. I'm excited on how we're going to be able to look at this. And yes, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, we'll definitely, I know, Fernandez, not Fernandez, Cervantes. Definitely we need to look at what other resources we can bring to the table, right, as she continues to grow the program. Yes, we want to be able to bring more resources, and that's where our friends from community schools might be able to help. Sorry, I took it from you. So that's that collaboration, right, that tie-in that I'm going to be looking for is how do we tie in back to community schools and that get those resources from them and provide them to the community. So I'm excited. I'm thankful, and I'm thankful for the team that you're building with the parent ambassadors, and I'm excited for those ideas. So thank you.
Is it my turn? Okay. So this threw me back to the time where I first met you and you came in the district and you gave me your whole lesson plan on communications. I was like, this is the lesson plan, but this is the lesson plan for this area. So thank you. I appreciate a good lesson plan. I look at what you're doing here as empowerment, and I look at it through the lens of this is what we do in community schools. We're empowering the parents and the sites and the communities. The Parent Ambassador Program, whether it's right now that one parent, but that parent is spreading the joy, the empowerment, and saying, come celebrate our school, come visit, come have an engagement with us and work with us. And I think that's that collaborative leadership piece where the more we get the parents engaged through this parent and ambassador and through working with the principals and working with the sites, then that's going to make that school community even stronger. And I'm excited about it because it's happening at schools that aren't just community schools. And that's the lens we need to look at with regard to the whole child and the whole community, right? Is having that parent voice and that parent engagement so that parents actually see what's happening at school and they go out and they spread correct information about what's happening at our sites, the good things that are happening on our campuses. So thank you all very much for this presentation. I'm excited. I'm glad we have the data to start with to see how much we grow. And I look forward to visiting and seeing some of this happening in action.
Thank you.
We should have had Maela translate. She didn't get to show her stuff.
Okay, before I do want to move, we approve the agenda with flexibility, and before we get to consent, because we need to really take consent all at once, I'd like to move item 13A, the approval of the renewal of the superintendent's contract before we take a break, and then go back to the consent so that we can take it all in one without taking a break. So if we can move to 13A. That is the approve the renewal of the superintendent's contract, Dr. Reyes. And there are copies available of the contract here for anyone who wants to see in the actual audience. Put them over, yeah. Okay, I go to you. Mr. Romero.
Good evening, Dr. Reyes, Governing Board. It is the district's obligation annually to present the superintendent and assistant superintendent's contracts, which lists salary for annual approval. So this contract is very reflective of what we've done in the past for Dr. Reyes. There's a couple of clarifications that we made. There was a numbering error last time we brought it forward where there was a number that was duplicated that we corrected. We also did a small modification, not to the amount, but to the description of what the car allowance includes. So the car allowance was just stated as like a single line in the previous contract, and now it lists all the items that are included in a regular car allowance. So not just the car payment, but the insurance and upkeep and mileage and everything that goes into the car allowance. We also made sure that we adjusted one of the sections that talked about professional organizations that our superintendents are required to be part of. We specifically spelled out some, but this time we just made a number that the superintendent would be part of, up to 4 professional organizations. The intent behind that is to make sure that as district priorities change, the superintendent is able to participate in those organizations that represent the board and the district in the manner in which the board directs the superintendent to be part of. So instead of just calling out AXA and ASA, we made sure that we listed it kind of more general to provide the superintendent the professional integrity and the board the professional integrity of letting us know which organizations we want the superintendent to be part of. Other than that, the salary, the benefits, the fringe benefits such as a life insurance policy, none of that changed. It all remained exactly the same and is being brought forward for the board approval for the annual 3-year renewal process for Dr. Reyes.
There are no speakers on this issue. Board questions or comments?
Yes. Well, first of all, we literally just provided the public with this copy. So saying there's no speakers, can we like do our comments and then allow speakers, or do they have to come first? Because I know that there's a few of
The only thing that's required by Brown Act is for us to post that it's happening. So if people have an interest, they can pull the card. So we don't have to provide the actual contract because it's a personnel issue. They can either come down to HR and see it, or we've provided it here in the audience. But we don't have to post it. All we need to post is the actual notice that we are doing this.
Okay, well, I don't think it's enough time for the community to read and have questions if we already skipped them. But I do have questions. First of all, I thought it was very interesting because I did have to ask for a copy of it. Again, it wasn't even provided to me, a board member. So as I read it, there's at least 3 paragraphs that talk about the board. Like they talk about how we are establishing programs, how we are making policy, how we are doing these things. And I don't understand why those are in if we're talking about our superintendent's contract. That was one that it threw me off. I don't understand. Again, is this legally binding? Like if we agree to this, this is what we're agreeing to other than his contract itself? That was one of my questions. And the other one, talking about the car allowance, it says right here, let me find it. The allowance shall be used as the superintendent's discretion. He shall not be required to provide any documentation. Why is that?
Because it's an allowance.
Can you explain?
So there's a difference between an allowance. It's a set amount of money to pay for the expenditures. It is so it's a set amount, and it covers mileage, it covers all the different things. Which is very different from an expenditure that were, for example, a meal, like we talked about the travel meal, where you go have lunch and then you have to bring a receipt to if you pay with your own money to get reimbursed, or if you pay with a credit card, so for the reconciliation. An allowance is just a set amount that covers whatever, and there's allowances from $600 to I've seen $1,200 in for car allowances. There's superintendents that actually get a car from the district. So it's a set amount.
Okay, and for the 4 professional organizations, if I heard it right, Mr. Romero, somehow I forgot his name, I'm sorry, said that these professional organizations would be something that the board itself would recommend, or you would bring it to us, or how does it work?
So for example, the professional organization could be like AXA, CALSA, ALAS, AASA. So there are many different professional organizations that are directly related to education and education leadership. That's why it's professional organizations. So it's not like Soccer United. No,
I understand.
It has to be related,
I understand that
related
part.
to the profession of the leadership. And so, for example, we've done a lot of work with CALSA, and they're being great partners with us. And so that was one of the organizations that I belong to, CALSA. And in fact, that's one of the organizations that the board, I believe you were not here yet, but that the rest of the board voted for most of our principals and directors, cabinet, to be part of. I wasn't on that list because I was paying it through my contracts, yeah. But it's professional organizations.
Okay. And it's enough for the benefit of the district?
I would love to have more, but it's up to you.
I just want to know.
Yes. Yeah, because, for example, if I wanted to have another one, a 5th one, I would have to bring it up to the board for a vote.
Okay.
Yeah. So 4 in the contract, but if I want to have, let's say, a 5th one that I believe would be worthwhile, then I would bring it up, and then you would approve or not.
Okay. And again, as we said, like vacation and all the other things those haven't changed.
So nothing has changed from what it is right now.
Okay.
Nothing changed. So the allowance, car allowance, the fringe benefits, the insurance, the salary, nothing, everything remains the same.
Okay, and just last one. So this is a 3-year contract, but we meet every year to review it?
Correct.
So if for some reason it needed to be changed, that's why we meet every year, or?
So for example, so it's always been 3 years, but for example, you could meet and say, you know what, we want it to be 4 years, or so you could change the time to add it exactly. So or for example, in the renewal, we want to increase the car allowance. We want to change so at this time is when there can be some changes to a 3rd year, because the next 2 years have already been voted for. So it's a 3rd year.
So it would be towards the next time we meet.
Correct.
Dr. Reyes, just one point of clarification. California Ed Code does require the superintendent and assistant superintendent to bring forward for transparency the salary, which is why even though it's a 3-year contract, we bring it forward annually, because that's required under California Ed Code.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Trustee Tolson? Trustee Dominguez Hernandez?
I'm going to read my notes because we all know I can start going here and there. So, I'm glad though also that our legal is here. So there are a few concerns, but some of this may be a moot point due to the following. I've been informed that because CVD-ESD did not include the contract as part of the agenda, that we may have provided non-transparency, but you've explained that. Okay, so I can move on, but just reading my notes so that I try and stay on track here. And Mr. Romero explained the requirement of stating the salary, every year. I had that as a question, okay? I will share with you some of my general observations. The intended contract that you gave me, that Araceli handed to me, but I was initially told there were no changes. Trustee Jessica and I were at the agenda review. And so I reviewed the intended contract, and there are changes to include the whole section that you did call out, Dr. Reyes, that moved over from one section over. And I understand, that's understandable. A change that the last current contract item, number 3.5 on page 2, and it's redefined again into the intended contract, item 2.6. But the salary is significantly more. I have another one. I came by yesterday to pick up the previous contract, the contract we're working under now, because if we're approving one, I wanted to see what changes there were. But there is a significant change in the dollar amount. And you did explain that it had to do with what the teachers union negotiated previously, and it became like a Me Too clause. So on top of what was negotiated by the teachers union, their step increases plus a 2.5% annual increase upon reaching the top salary step. Of note, though, I also do not believe, though, just for the record, and I mentioned it before, I do not believe that the superintendent's salary should be attached to what the teachers union is able to negotiate for their members. It's two different categories of duties, employments, two different categories of responsibilities. The current contract that we're working under, it was approved. I went back to the meetings, to the agenda, and the minutes and the recording. During the May 22nd, 2024 meeting, the board approved the superintendent's contract, and this is important, to become effective June 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2027. The contract document that I was provided states it is effective May 23rd, 2024, not June 1st, 2024, like what was approved, through June 30th, 2027, not May 31st, 2027, that was approved. That is a problem. We approved different time frame, and the contract has different dates, the current one. It is not what the board approved on May 22nd. The dates do not align. Additionally, the contract was signed May 24, 2024. And it says that President Ugarte and Vice President Tamayo signed it. I think there's a mix-up, there's a problem somewhere, because Trustee Tamayo was not the Vice President on May 24, 2024. Then Trustee Cesar Fernandez was the Vice President during that time. I went back to the organizational meeting of December 2023 to make sure I was correct, and then I pulled the documents. I made copies of everything. Here's, the dates that I just called out. They call out a different date from the contract we're currently working off of, and made a copy also of the May 2024 where it states clearly that Cesar Fernandez was the Vice President. So I see that as a problem, a mix-up, there's human mistakes that can be made. Something got signed the wrong date, the wrong page got attached, I don't know. But it was Cesar Fernandez who was the Vice President then from December 2023 to 2024 when he won the city council seat. So it would appear to me that the current contract that our superintendent as working, and he is working, may not be a legitimate contract because the dates are wrong from what was approved at the last board meeting. And I had put on here that we need legal advice to correct and or amend the current period, that contract that Dr. Reyes you're working under. And I'd like to please not be excluded from that conversation. So President Ugarte, if you would entertain a motion, I would like to motion that we table this agenda item due to the discrepancies.
I would like to call up our counsel so that he can explain exactly what we approved and didn't approve on the 24th.
And I do have the documents here.
I don't know if I can explain.
Well, that portion, but what,
Right.
what is being questioned?
Right, I can't explain the past documents, but I can comment about a few points that you're raising, Trustee Cervantes. The first thing would be, well, you're looking at the old contract.
It's an active contract, yes.
It's an active contract, right, but the action tonight is to renew and that would be effective, and I presume that does have the right dates on it.
No, it does not. And that's why I was asking if we could table it.
The one tonight, though. The one tonight
Correct,
has the
because
correct ones.
I could not move forward on that if we are starting with different dates that don't even coincide with the previous ones, because they should pick up, there shouldn't be a gap.
I think the renewal or what's before the board tonight, the dates are appropriate and those errors have been corrected prospectively. I think you raise an interesting point, which I think we can chime in on as far as giving an opinion. If there is a problem with a former contract, we can go back and look at that and see if there's something that needs to be fixed.
Like
amended.
amendments or something.
And there could be a subsequent amendment. As far as who signed the older, it's an active contract, but the prior contract, what's really important, I think, is a court would look at, did the board, regardless of who signed it, President Ugarte's signature is on that, then you're saying it's a question of whether Trustee Tamayo or someone else should have signed it, and you're saying it should have been the vice president at the time, who now is a city council person. But really, I think the court would look at what was the intent. Was the intent to enter into a binding contract? And it was. I would view that as really just being a typographical error and not something that calls into question what the board was doing at the time.
Okay, and how the dates, though, are concerning to me because the board approved a certain set of dates range, which is why I previously said that, human error, things happen, but the dates are wrong. It's not what the board.
I don't think that invalidates the contract. I can certainly look at that, and if an amendment is necessary, then we could certainly bring that to the next meeting, but I don't think it would invalidate, or I don't think it's necessary for the board to table this particular renewal, but we can clean up whatever was done in the past to make sure that the dates correspond and that there's clarity.
Right, and to make sure we have the correct amendments so we have everything in order, especially since we're going through FICMAT assessment. I'd like everything to be.
Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of thing that FICMAT would be concerned about, but certainly, I'm sure Dr. Reyes wants the dates to be correct. I'm sure that the board wants the dates to be
absolutely.
correct. And there's not a lot that's easy in the law, but that's something that we could easily do.
Okay, and based on that, just because, and I think my colleagues know me right now, I can't move to B unless I correct A. And so that's why I was asking if we could get that. I mean, what's the hurry? There is at minimum an approval for his contract through 2027, at minimum. So why can't we wait till next month to make sure we correct everything? Because I'd like to vote appropriately.
Can you? Is that the board's prerogative? Yes. Is it a legal requirement to wait to do what you're describing as A before you move on to B? I would say no. It's something that you can amend. Mr. Romero said, a paragraph was misnumbered. Sometimes things need to be corrected and then retroactively into effect. So it could be easily cured. If the board chooses to wait, that's your prerogative. But I see no legal reason why you're bound to wait before acting on the renewal.
I appreciate that you were here to help us here.
I'm glad to be here.
And on that same note, though, the salaries are different, and because the contract was made available this morning, I think we should allow for the next month for that additional
Mr.
reason.
Pong, could you please explain salary and step and the increase based on the board approval of the 3% increase?
Correct. So based on the contract, if it has in there that the superintendent receives the same increase as the CBE unit, we did approve a 3% increase that year. And so that 3% plus similar to other contracts or even other employees in the district, the superintendent also receives a step increase each year. So that would affect the salary.
And that just became effective with the last teacher's negotiation, correct?
Is it a COLA? Is it a cost of
Because
living?
it became a Me Too thing.
No, that's actually standard practice across the district and within the county. So every superintendent has step and salary, and the majority of them in their contract negotiate that they also have a Me Too. It's been standard practice in this district since I've been on this board.
Okay, well then we have to correct Dr. Reyes because he's the one that informed me of that.
He told you that it
Okay.
happened last year, but that was the reason why it's different. But we've done
So,
this multiple
I
years
have
in
a
a row.
question, sorry. For that Me Too clause, you said it's with the agreement with CBE. I thought it's not, isn't that the raise that?
It's a Me Too, so we used to have non-represented, well, we still have non-represented employees. And we used to have principals in that group, but they now have an association.
Yeah, that was
and
my next
so,
question.
So when negotiations happen and there is a percentage increase, if it's a non-represented employee, the board has approved that any of the non-represented employees also receive the same percentage increase.
So my question here I thought he was under the administrators.
Not.
It's non-represented.
So you're still not represented. So
What's controlling is the employment agreement itself and the terms of that employment agreement, and whether he would receive a Me Too or the same percentage increase that the certificated unit got or the classified unit got, that depends on what is in the employment agreement.
And so last year, the board approved that 3%.
Okay.
So it was voted on and it was approved.
I guess I was thinking that if you were under the administrators, maybe the Me Too should be with the administrators, not CVE, but okay.
And so, for example, if in the future there was another increase, then the board has the prerogative to say, yes, you get it, or no, you don't get it. So it's the board.
Okay.
So we can make a decision today, and any part of this contract can always be amended.
Correct.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
No, because it wasn't given to the public.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Nay, only because I want the previous corrected in order to move forward.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Pearl.
You're very welcome.
Break.
And I will call now for a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 8:25, so a little over 10.
Can our people take off now? Can our people take off now?
Calendar, approval of the consent calendar. The following items are listed under the consent calendar and are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless board members of the board, staff or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. And before we approve, the staff has pulled item 11S, as in Sam, so it's no longer on the consent. Oh, no, I'm sorry, they pulled it. I mean, that means it's being pulled. So that is also 11S. And the reason I said hold on, because I need to have a tablet.
Point of clarification, by
there.
pull, it's still there?
It's pulled,
Or is
they're
it-
pulling it to discuss it. They can pull, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
To update an amount.
Yeah, it's an amount issue, just to
Okay.
revise. So, but I needed paper to write down. Okay, so, before we approve, items being pulled, board members?
11CL, job descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
11D.
B as in boy or D?
D as in
Or-
David.
Okay, David.
S, U, and W.
I got it. Okay, and trustee Tolston? Okay. And then trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
11C,
Mm-hmm.
11CD subsections 11CD, 11CK, 11CL. Then some is just going to be statements, and then 11S, 11T, 11U, and 11W.
Trustee Tamayo?
11U.
Okay, so let me, before I make any motion or we have a motion, trustee Ramirez, Dominguez is 11C subsection L, the job description?
Yes.
11D, 11S, 11U, and 11W. Did I miss any? Okay, trustee Tolston, 11CL, subsection L, and then S and U. Okay, trustee Dominguez Cervantes, 11 section C, but subsection D, subsection K, and subsection L. And then H, or no, S, T, U, and W. Okay, so S, T, U, and W. And then Tamayo is 11U. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with those items pulled?
So moved.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Okay, so again, I have to use my little, so right now, before CL is CD, so trustee Dominguez Cervantes, 11 CD, and if you can point us in the correct page, if
Yeah,
that's
page
possible.
4 of 11.
Okay.
Job descriptions, I think, trustee.
Yes.
Oh, so the job description had, I thought it was L, that's why. Okay, so CL, I had CL, where's the job description?
Under
C, it's CD.
Oh, okay, so,
CL, sorry.
so trustee Ramirez Dominguez, you did pull that also, so you just called it the job description. So what page is that?
Page 4 of 11.
4 of 11.
Let me go back. Hold on. C.
4 of 11.
No, actually, I got the
We
wrong
have 23 pages there, I thought.
Yeah, 23 pages.
That's the page that I have.
That's the page it shows on here.
Oh, 4 of 23. I have 12 of 23. Which
Four
one?
of
What's the title? Let's go with that. What title?
I have Chief Operating Officer, Senior Director, Facilities Planning, Maintenance, and Operations.
Okay, so that is from job descriptions. I see what you're saying. It's not the actual page of it, it's listed there. I got it.
It holds all the other
It's
ones.
right
It's a
here.
placeholder,
So
sorry.
It's a placeholder. So she's
I meant
talking
the same
here.
thing.
She meant the
But-
same thing.
Gotcha.
The job
4 of
description.
23, okay.
CL, the job description.
That right there.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay,
I just
um,
wanted to explain.
go,
it a
I
little.
think we know where you're at, so.
Okay. I have a few, but yeah. Alrighty. So
Or maybe I mean, I don't know.
no, I was just waiting. Oh. Okay, yeah, I don't want to interrupt. I want to know why this position was changed. Yeah,
Which one?
the chief operating officer.
So the reason why we brought it forward is because we want to make sure that for the board, to allow the board to have a conversation and allow the board to have discussion on to contemplate whether we should go this route or stay the same route. So we wouldn't be, so instead of having the conversation and then next board meeting bringing it forward, might as well bring it forward today, have the conversation. If you agree, then approve. You don't agree, you don't approve. Now, what we're trying to do is, in an effort to look at, okay, so how can we do two things. On one hand, since we are looking at budget savings and financial ways we can save some money, we looked at the possibility of revising the chief operating officer position and downgrading it to senior director in regards to pay. So instead of being, COO is much higher than senior director. The other part we looked at, so Mark, Mr. Pong worked with Mr. Romero and also with our interim director of facilities to look at the position and see from the COO position, are there any duties that could remain with Mr. Pong, and then the rest, so more of a focus on the facilities and the construction. So make the senior director position more of a construction facilities person. So that was the idea behind it, and at the same time, save some money.
Okay, so what you're saying, if I hear it right, is that all these ones that are scratched out, these will be responsibilities Mr. Pong will continue to do?
Correct, because we need to have someone. So those duties have to be done by someone. So that would be Mr. Pong.
That's my question. Who's going to do this?
Correct, and just one last thing is to possibly attract more people by having less, more of a focus on construction. Then we could possibly attract more people for this position with that expertise.
So whatever people we had for the COO position, are we telling them thank you but no thank you?
So we went through the process already. We went through the whole process, and we actually did not send the board any recommendations because we did not believe or that we had the right person for that position.
Okay.
So we already went through the whole process.
So yeah, because I remember we contracted a third party to do a whole vetting process, and before it was mentioned that we had a person and we were very excited, or that's what I heard from you, that you had a person you were just finishing the due diligence. What you're saying is that person did not.
So what that person made it to was the finalist.
Yeah.
And then at the last interview, after a long discussion, it was decided that we would not be bringing that name forward.
Okay. For future reference, that portion would be helpful just to see, like, do we have someone? Do we not have someone? Because the last thing I spoke with you regarding that position was that you actually had someone. And I was, my expectation is that communication
Mike,
will
I have
be
a
made.
question. Are you attending the one-on-ones where this stuff is discussed? When was the last time?
Last month, I had 2 deaths in my family.
I'm sorry.
So I couldn't make the time. And that tone was not very helpful either.
I'm not in a tone. I'm asking a question because that's why I'm confused.
I am, I'm still grieving my death.
I'm sorry.
So I am I don't
very
appreciate
sorry.
that comment that you made.
I'm very sorry. Trustee Tolston, is this the same one you pulled, or is I good? Okay.
Yes, basically answered most of the questions. I really just wanted to see if you can go a little bit brief detail of why we have such a need for facilities. Obviously, we have a lot of construction projects, a lot of modernization. Just give us a little briefing of why we need this position.
So just to give you an idea, right now we have a lot of construction projects in place, starting with the modernization of about 3 schools per year. And also, so each year is going to be 3 different modernizations. And then we have a long list of things that entails each modernization. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Pong to give us a little bit of background on that. And then the other one is that we're going to be in 2029, approximately 2029, we're scheduled to open up a new school in the south of Wolf Canyon area. And so it takes a long time to get that going as well.
Any trustee?
And just so you know, this is not a new position. Right now we have someone that's filling that position.
Interim or?
Interim, who's right there.
He comes to every meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes. Similar to what was asked before, in regards to Director of Communications, that's our Giovanna, right?
Yes.
Okay. So everything you've crossed off here, who is going to do that? Like it said, evaluate, grant, resource development, and partnership opportunities. 'Cause I heard some of the things that Giovanna was bringing up during the parental engagement. That includes some of the stuff that she's that some of the things here is what she's doing. So why are we taking it off?
Yeah, so for example, where it says planning to meet with the district's objectives in communications, resource development, so all that. If you look at further in the job description, it's almost like the bullets. There were duplications of it was just worded in different ways, but basically same. Yeah, but basically the same.
Okay, so who is? I don't see the grant part anymore. Who is going to do that?
Yeah. So what we're doing right now is, and what we've been doing is, Giovanna has been assisting. But basically, the departments are the ones that, for example, I know Mr. Romero has done many different grants, and it's his department that creates the grants, right, and then and collaborates with other departments. I know Ms. Casey's, Ms. Morales, all of them develop their own grants.
Right, but I don't think I want to take the grants off, especially since Ms. Giovanna is working on the parent engagement component. So there might be grants out there that that she could reach out to. Now, there's a communications specialist also, right? That
is that another one on this one?
And the reason I'm asking, it's some of the job duties that are listed here appear to be on an existing job, a communications specialist. So who's doing it? Who's going to do some of these things, or is it a shared?
Yeah, so the communication specialist reports to the communications director. So there are some. It's not that it's duplication of duties, but rather they work in conjunction. So, for example, if there's going to be a filming of kind of like one of those. They're not commercials, but they're filming different things that are happening at one site. You know, the whole team goes. Giovanna, yes, she's the one that coordinates and directs this and that, but she's also doing it. She's also part of it. So that's where it's not like there's duplication of duties, is the whole team working. So some of those duties may look the same, but because they work in conjunction.
Okay, and I think what I was missing here is that she's supervising other individuals that are doing some of these functions.
Yes. Yes.
I saw that we included the family engagement piece. But I do want to not miss out on the grant writing piece, especially under our current financial state. That would be something that I don't want to be.
Okay, so that can be added.
Yeah, we can add it.
Yeah, I had a comment on that too, especially on bullet 6. It says directs and develops and monitors a district-wide grant program. Losing that would be a great loss, considering, again, the monetary situation right now for our district. And I also had the emergency preparedness part of the district and the organizational culture. Why is that being crossed out? That's one.
Because that is done by the safety team.
Okay.
So yeah, so now, so this was an old job description. Now we have a safety team, a comprehensive safety team that is in charge of the emergency preparedness.
But she still does the emergency communication.
The communication, yes.
And
yes.
we have that here somewhere. The crisis one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's absolutely part of her
Okay.
job.
Yeah, I want to make sure it's there.
No,
I know
absolutely.
we're doing it, but I want to make sure
Mhm.
we're stating everything that we're working on.
I think we still had the crisis management. Is that what you had there? Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, so purchasing assistant. I just wanted to clarify if this was a new position or if we are redefining an existent one.
Mr. Pong, can you share?
So it's actually a combination of two. There was a previous junior buyer position and a instructional media warehouse clerk position. So it'll be split between purchasing and warehouse.
So they'll be working too?
Yes.
Okay,
The director oversees both departments.
all right. And the programmer, entry level, says, I just wanted to have also clarify if this was a new position or if it's to fill in an eliminated prior position.
Mr. Pong.
Similar to the junior buyer, this one is replacing, there was a junior programmer position.
Mm-hmm.
It adds a lot more detail to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's consistent with the titling of our other technology.
And the senior director, facilities planning, maintenance, and operations, I think there's something there at the end that I thought, oh no, it can't be that loosey-goosey here, where it says any combination of or any of. I think we need to be a little more clear on what the very last page, 23 of 23.
Mhm.
Says any combination of training and experience equivalent to a bachelor's degree. Well, to begin with, who's going to identify what the equivalent of a bachelor's degree is? But I get it. In engineering and construction management. I don't know if that can be worded a little differently to be a little more precise, that we do want someone that is qualified. 'Cause I think this kind of stayed there from the previous.
Yeah, so the reason why it's stated like that, and I'll be happy to work with Mr. Romero, is because in these particular fields, many times there's two ways of going in. One is on the outside, someone that's been working, for example, for a construction company or for a developer, etc. So that's one way.
Don't get me wrong. My husband used to say it's the street cop that knows better, and here comes the FBI that's just book smart and's never worked the street.
And
So
then-
I get it.
Yeah, no, and then the other one is that someone that comes from within the district, that maybe started many years ago as a custodian and has worked his or her way up, and so the reason why we don't want to discard the work
Combination,
and only say we don't just want to say a bachelor's, because we can have someone that's coming in with 20 years experience that could be a real asset because of that experience working, for example, with a developer. So that's why we say combination.
Okay.
That way we can have the flexibility of looking at both.
I have a question with regard to that. Thank you, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. Would it be like if they were within the district or this combination, would those require certificates to like certifications?
Mr. Romero?
Thank you. Yes. So a lot of our professional organizations, like CASH and CASBO, provide authorizations and qualifications. So some of our current people or some people from the outside go through these training programs. So they're either licensed, they have these academic connections, but they may not have a typical bachelor's degree, but still have certifications in these areas that would make them qualified for the position.
Okay.
It just broadens our ability to attract a wider candidate pool. But still, the district has an obligation to make sure that those qualifications meet the job description and their duties responsible for the position.
Needs.
Yeah.
The needs.
So is this position, if we approve it today, is it gonna be posted?
Correct. So if you approve it, then we'll work. Well, it's a
Two-pronged.
two part. So today, so one is approving it. If that's what you want, then you would approve it. Then the second piece is there's another board agenda item. I think it's
Later on.
T or S, one of those, where we or you, where we're asking the board to consider us hiring this company to help us recruit the right person. So then we would have to change the name on that item to reflect, because right now it says COO, so we would change it to say Senior Director.
Okay. And then we will post it.
And then as soon as that, then tomorrow, Mr. Pong will work with the company.
Okay.
Is that for job descriptions? Because I know we're still in C. Is that good? Okay. So then, I have CD, because that was one job description, and then the rest of the job descriptions. I see Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, CK, which is, I see it as promotions.
Yes, there was just a reference to switchboard operator there. Was that intentional? To leave it there for us to recall that that's what it used to be?
No, it should have been
Page 7 of 11?
No. What's the new name of the? We changed the name last
That's what I
board
thought, yes.
meeting.
Yeah, we approve a change in the job description.
Right,
So it's just like we forgot to change it here then? Okay.
yeah.
7, was it in promotions? Is that section?
Yes, CK, promotions.
Yes, Ms. Romero?
Just for clarification, it's parentheses, so
Yes.
we're referring to it used to be the switchboard operator.
Right.
The current title is listed right next to
Yes.
it. The parentheses is just reflecting what it used to be called for the community
Got it.
awareness.
That's what, I just want to make sure that we're not going to leave that. It's just to help us transition out of that mindset.
And then CL, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, CL. Start us where, let us, because you all had CL, so I'm going back around.
Consultants, I think.
Yeah, the consultant. So if you can start us with,
No, I think I got confused between the
job
D
description.
and the L
Okay.
situation, but yeah. I don't
Okay,
have
and then Trustee Tolston?
Same.
And then Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Page 9, consultants, authorable incorporated.
Which one?
Authorable incorporated.
Page
Page
8.
Page 8.
8 of
excuse me.
23.
Oh, at the end, okay.
Yes, at the very bottom. My question, again, like I asked before about the activities that are provided to a school, just which schools provide these activities?
Ms. Morales?
One of the things that hopefully has been helpful is that in our ISS board update, we have been putting descriptions of our ICAs just because we handle so many throughout the schools that you'll be able also to refer back to those. So this is an ELOP lead program, and we'll have it at 12 schools. And it's a really awesome opportunity for our students to learn about what it takes to publish a book. And so what the company does is they provide information about ideas for a book, and those ideas are vetted by our certificated coordinator in LEAD. And then the students write and learn how to be an author. They learn what the publishing process is, how to create a cover, to hopefully inspire them to one day become authors.
And the schools, the 12 schools have already signed up for it.
Yeah, so what we do in our LEAD program is we identify schools that have an interest in this area, because LEAD classes are also supposed to be indicative of what the interests of the students are, and then also balanced programming. So if we'd like to increase programming at a certain school, we might offer this vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other in C? Because I see that's the end of C, so that we can make a motion. Are we good with C?
Move to
Conversations?
approve 11C.
Yes.
With the condition on the job description for the director F Communications to add the grant.
To leave it, yeah.
And then
To leave.
the language on training, the CO, no? Okay, okay. Second. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, 11D, trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
First of all, hold it. Thank you.
11D.
I want to. Oh, yes. I thought that this was a great idea. I feel that supporting and recognizing our administrators is it's something that and leadership and everybody that's making an effort to make this district a better place. It's an amazing idea. My only question here is, why are we not celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month or Hispanic History Month? Again, I don't know if there's only like one we can do a month or why that's happening, but again, I love that we're doing the administrators, but
So it's not directly related to this resolution. It's about, we can have that conversation with Dr. Reyes after.
Oh, okay.
Because
Sounds good.
Hispanic Heritage Month is now, so we would have had to put it through.
oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, so I have a lot of people with S's. So trustee Ramirez Dominguez, S.
I
Oh,
I
do we wanna
think they were
explain-
gonna pull it,
Yeah,
right?
do you want to
Yeah.
explain it first and then we'll go around? So I forgot they pulled it.
So just correction. So on the fiscal impact, it says currently states 25,200. The correction is that it's actually 32,400.
Where are you at?
Fiscal impact for
The
S.
fiscal impact at the bottom, fiscal impact, it states 25,200.
Right.
The correction is that it's 32,400.
Now if you have questions.
I want to know, why are we doing this right now?
So, just so you know, anyone in the district that, unless they have a contract, that drives, for example, from the district office to Sunnyside and back, they do the mileage. They get mileage reimbursements.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so there's some positions that do a lot of driving. So instead of doing from, for example, from Sunnyside, from here to Sunnyside to Hardy, Jeffers, then to Kellogg and back, and jot all the miles, and at the end of the month, turn in the reimbursements, turn in the sheet for reimbursement. It's much easier for them because many times they can possibly forget. It takes a lot of, it's a lot of wasted time, and accounting wise, it's just easier just to provide them with a stipend, a gas stipend, a mileage stipend. They are allowed, anyone that drives for business purposes is allowed to have a reimbursement.
So with this stipend, it would mean that the administrative staff would get $300 a month or $3,600 a year if they drove, or even if they didn't have to drive that much.
So it's a stipend. So it's
So-
standard $300 a month.
So-
So for example, let me give you an example of you have the senior directors. You have the senior directors of leadership and learning, which is, well, they're not here now, but it basically is their whole job is to be at sites.
Yeah.
And they're working with principals, so they're visiting schools every single day. So they're going from one site to another, to another, to another. And I'll be honest with you, I know many, for the most part, they don't even put in their mileage reimbursement because it takes a long time. So it's not fair to do that.
So what I'm hearing is that there are positions that use it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I have worked in businesses where they actually had a mileage tracking application. Have we consider that and be able to pay that? They don't have to do the mileage and do in Google and see what road I took and do all that. There's applications where they can use that would actually indicate what mileage they were able to track, and it would take away a lot of money. It would take we will actually be paying for the money that it's spent and the time that it takes to do it. My issue here with the stipend is if it's across the board to these people. I'm not saying they don't use it. I'm saying maybe there's other ways that we can be accurate in the mileage amount that we're using than just giving them $300. Because again, we're very tight in money. So finding those opportunities to do things more automated, more, we're using Raptor. So I know we use technology. So I think that looking for those other options than just doing a stipend. And I know I've done mileage. I've worked places where I had to drive all the time. So I know it's annoying and time consuming, or you might forget something. But again, we can use technology to help us just for the reason of the money. If we had the money, I don't think I will have any issue with this. I understand. But I think that this is not the move. But if anybody else wants to comment.
Okay, so I had a few questions about that too. So 3,600, it's a 12-month calendar? So
Correct. It's $300 per month for 12 months.
Mm-hmm. So, well, I guess a suggestion maybe would be to reduce the months to the school calendar. I understand that they keep driving, but maybe during the amount of time, say, I don't know, between whenever our summer break is or whatever that time is, then they could ask for their exact mileage. Say, for example, you give them 10 months or whatever the school year is, and then for the months that are a lot slower, that they might not be driving so much, then they can claim their whatever the mileage is, 50 cents a mile or whatever, however it works.
Okay.
Would be a suggestion.
Trustee Dominguez
Yes.
Cervantes.
Okay, I know I read on here efficient, but efficient versus accurate, I think we can have both. I'm sure there could be a grid created. I know we did it with the county. And if we didn't have the funds or the support to go use technology, get a one-pager for the month. There's a grid. We know how many miles it is from the district to Sunnyside, from here to so-and-so, to another district. They don't have to write the miles, just went to Feaster, this date, this time. So the miles are already, they have a grid that tells them how many miles. And June, July, August, well, especially June and most of July, there might not be as much driving. I just think that mileage, we can be efficient, we can be accurate, and it doesn't have to take a lot of time. If they forgot to put their mileage in, they're looking at their calendars, they have everything on their calendars. Oh, I didn't list the 10th of January. I went to Feaster and I went there, just put the Feaster, how many miles it was for Feaster. You were at Feaster, and it's accountability.
Is there a time that they spend more than $300 a month?
Well, that's what I was saying.
So just, so in the past, I know the executive directors used to have a stipend of $600 a month in the past. So they used to have contracts, and the stipend was $600. Now, how much they use? Well, again, a lot of it is because they, so it could be in one day, it could be 5 different places.
Yeah.
So it's not just district to the place, it's from place to place. It could be the county office of education. It's
True, it's not just schools
they're
either.
driving.
It's not.
And I just did a quick calculation. I just want to make sure we reimburse at the IRS level, which just changed to 70 cents. So just right now, I did a quick calculation. Our district is you can get 50 miles easily in one day and in trips back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be $35, meaning in 10 duty days,
It's already
$350.
Well, whatever it is, then we should give them the accurate amount, because if in fact they're doing more driving and $300 is not going to cover it, and if it's supposed to be $400, then that's what we should be
Yeah, I
paying
think
them.
that's
But can't be having them travel and out of pocket. That's why I think that's more accurate, that it could be a lot more, like President Ugarte said, it could be a lot more, and it's the right thing.
We want to make sure we're
I
accountable.
mean, I know that you want to be accountable, but the argument I'm hearing, the major one that I was hearing, was about saving money, and this is standard. A stipend for driving is a standard practice within these types of jobs, and so. And it is to save time, it is to be efficient, and it is with the understanding that these positions are costing wear and tear on their cars and driving. And I know when we interviewed for superintendent, one of the big things that came up was one of the candidates mentioned having to drive from one side of Chula Vista to the other side, north, south, east, west, and the amount that they did that, and within one day they had 50 miles. So
I'll be honest with you. A lot of it is honestly it's time intensive. You know, it does waste a lot of time to do. I know that Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, you mentioned that there's trackers. You mentioned that there's might be doing like a grid. But it's there's a lot of, it's very time intensive, especially because many of our folks, if there's an emergency at the site, they just go and support the principal, and for them to, so it's not, many of them are calendar, but many other, they just go. There's an emergency and they go and they take care of things. And so for them to really sit down at the end of the day.
But they don't have to write down the mileage, they just feaster.
So
Harborside.
So what I'm saying is that it does take time for them at the end of the day or at some point to be.
So if it is found that they do spend a significantly amount of money, more than $300, we could always reevaluate this and bring it back to the table.
We can't keep putting things off to the next time.
Right. So
Well,
what I'm
but
doing
it's-
is I'm moving to approve. If it's a cost matter, I think we're on the low end of the cost matter, and we can look at this with regard to grids and those great ideas. But right now, the fact of the matter is, I know these people need to be paid for their time.
I have a question, though. I see most of these positions, yes, they go to the schools a lot. But can you help me with human resources
The executive director?
and the senior director? How often do they visit sites?
Well, so for example, they go to, and I'll refer to Ms. Romero.
Thank you. Great question. Daily. There's not one day throughout our academic year that they're not at school sites. Jorge Mora, who's our executive director, is responsible for every single charter school. So he was at our board meeting today. He also attends 6 board meetings a month for our charter schools. Every charter school that has a board meeting, Jorge Mora attends. So he's driving to those board meetings. Every investigation that happens in the district, coaching that takes place, any type we have parent complaints, emergency responses, all of those things, we're at school sites daily. So I'd say that on average, every single day they're at school sites.
I just don't want to save money on the back of the staff.
I'm just going by the first argument that I heard, so I moved to approve. If I don't have a second, then I don't have a second.
I'm going to second.
Recording secretary, please record the vote or call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Nay.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. 11T comes before you, so Dominguez Cervantes. I know my alphabets.
I have to say them out loud sometimes, too. Authorize the district to enter into agreement with Orb Architect. My question is the $3,615,510 from beginning to end?
Mr. Pong?
That's what we're projecting right now in a preliminary estimate, but the way that the contracts are, it's a scale depending on the cost.
Because, well, I understand there's unforeseen issues that come up. I sometimes wonder if they don't already build in, I know I have contractors in my family as well, they build in unforeseen issues. So I just don't like seeing them come back and get more money when, if that bid was accurate to begin with, then maybe another company could have gotten that contract, but they're just putting it off to then come back and ask for an amendment. Just a comment, that's it. Oh, and on that same note, because I know they're going out to some of these schools, did Tiffany get their sunlights, Dr. Reyes? For these classrooms?
That's a project that we'll have to work on next summer because there wasn't sufficient planning available to have it done over the summer. So we're working on that next phase.
Because I don't know if the public knows that those classrooms do not have windows. A lot of those inside, no windows. They're in bunkers. How sad. That when the lights went out there a few months ago, Tiffany had to cancel their classes. No school. That's really sad. Some of these other schools have all these windows. They have none. I'd like to see that come up as a priority for when we're doing these structures.
Yes, it still is.
Move to approve 11T.
Second.
Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11U, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Okay. As it was stated before, this is a different third-party source that we are paying for technically the same position. The first one, we paid over $13,000, and now this one we're paying, this one we are paying,
20,500.
we're going to pay $30,000. If my math isn't wrong, and I know it's not.
20,000.
20,000. If my math isn't wrong, and I know it's not, it's over $33,000. And even if we changed it from COO to the new position, that's only saving us $18,000. So right now we're in the red, even to hire someone for this position. And I'm doing the math, and it's almost another $16,000 just to pay another person to bring in this one person that we don't seem to find. I want to know, why do we need to pay another outside source?
So we don't need to. We could recruit ourselves. However, because it's a very specialized position. So, for example, if we were to hire a principal, well, that's our field. It's education. If we were to hire a curriculum and instruction director, that's our field. It's education. It's instruction. This is a very specialized field. So, because it is a very specialized field, our circle of influence, professional influence, is more towards the educational component versus the facilities and construction. So it behooves us to select someone a company that works in that field with those candidates to select the ones that they believe are the best qualified. Having said that, and then they would do the screening, and they would do the recruitment and the screening, and then they would give us the top X amount of candidates for us to continue the interviews. However, if the board does not wish for us to go this route, then we can do that ourselves. And
because I was thinking, we already have a person that's doing a great job at this. Why don't we use his expertise? He's an expert, right? Like, that's why we gave him this job.
Yes, he is.
Okay, perfect. So why don't we draw from what we have, don't spend $20,000, and make sure we can bring someone that is qualified? I'm sure he's professional enough to be able to choose his replacement.
And that's a decision that the board would have to make.
Well, you all pulled it, so yeah. So Trustee Tolson?
You basically answered most of my questions as to why. and I guess I would say they gather, just to reiterate, they gather the proper pool of candidates.
Yeah, Mr. Pong,
And-
can you explain what the work would entail?
Correct. So they would help with the recruitment. MGT is a national company, and they actually assisted us with our demographic study. So they have a background in facilities planning and all of that. And so they have a lot of connections through the CASH organization, the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, which is where a lot of facilities staff are members of. And so they're one of the top industry leaders that districts rely on.
How long does it take from start to finish, from when the
Right.
pool to where they bring them to you?
That part could be between 4 to 6 weeks.
Maybe there's in between a hybrid of what we're just talking about. What I'm understanding also is that this LLC just has a bigger pool of candidates, which I don't know if our in-house expert has or not, to be able to pull people from different areas. Maybe I don't know, can it be negotiated to a different dollar amount where they don't do the interviewing aspect of it? And we use Mr. Tom or something? I don't know. I don't know. I'm throwing out ideas.
Yeah, I think part of the work that they do, because they do the first screening, correct, Mr. Pong?
Correct. And we did get multiple quotes, so we did request another leading agency, and they actually were almost double the amount.
That was
So-
with cash?
No, leadership associates or something like that.
How we looked at school services of California doing the recruitment?
We can get an additional quote from them.
Being that they are statewide here in California, and some of the construction probably would benefit if we stay in California and not national, I would recommend for that. So at this time, I would move to table this item.
A lot of times, school services, because I did check their website, if they did have any recruitments for this type of position, and they didn't really. They mainly recruit for either CBOs or even superintendents, or HR assistant superintendents. So that's why, we had mainly recommended this one.
Yeah, so
And CASPO does the facilities training and certification, so that's why I'm saying that they could be a resource, because they do through CASPO that you can get the certification for facilities management. So that's why I was recommending to look at them, and then if they come back and say we want 30,000, then yeah, we can go back to MGT. So I still table.
Okay.
Dr. Reyes, are we still within, I'm imagining some of this push also is are we foreseeing Mr. Tom leaving us? Is that what's happening?
So I am trying my best to convince him to stay forever. Yes.
You can't hide behind Ms.
Coming in.
Rosie, she's small.
Hello, I'm Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
It's really good to be here. I really do enjoy working with the district. I am a retired annuitant because I want to stay in PERS and not come out of retirement. But what that means is I'm limited to 960 hours per fiscal year. When I was first hired in March, I was able to do full-time clear up to the end of fiscal year and get nowhere near that limit. July 1, it starts all over again. So I worked with Mark, and I'm now effective this last week, started on a 3-day schedule, so I can be prolonged here as long as possible until we recruit someone, get them in board, and then I transition with them so it's a smooth break. I'm not planning on going anywhere, but it's going to be limited. I do want to say, when Mark and I first started working with this, and Jason, I reached out to 7 people that I know that would fit beautifully into either the COO or the planning part of it. And I don't know if they applied or not. I suspect 3 did not, and because of what they own their own businesses, they're doing whatever else. But I just don't know what happened because I didn't see all the 30 applicants that came on in. But no, we have been doing active recruiting on my end through CASH, through CASBO, through another organization called CEFP, Council of Educational Facility Planners International. We're trying our best to get the right people in here. So that's going on. I do think hiring an outside company is a smart move because they do a lot more broader reach than what we can do, or that I can do with my little business and me. And as far as CASBO, I'm the facilities planning rep for CASBO for San Diego Imperial and also on the state, level too. So we are reaching out.
We're trying.
But no, I'm not planning on leaving, but I really don't want to come out of retirement. I'm having a blast.
So just a question. So with your expertise, do you think if we were to post it, as the district were to post it, do you think we wouldn't have a good pool?
Oh, I think you'd have I think it'd be a much better pool with the making it a senior director than it would have been for a COO, to be honest with you.
Okay,
And
so
that's because
this
of the
move,
breadth of what's required.
okay, so this move as senior director, do you think it'll be good enough for us to do it in-house?
Oh, that's a different question. I can't really answer that.
Well, with
You
with
mean
the
for
people
promoting
applying,
in-house?
yeah, it's for the pool, just to have enough people to apply.
I'll be honest with you, I think it'd be smarter to go outside to get a broader pool. In-house will still be working that, not going away from it, but it would be prudent to go to broader reach.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm willing to whatever the majority of the board decides. I know that one of the reasons that this was even offered as a mention is because of the problem we had with the previous person in the position, and so that we do have that broader reach. And I just want us to keep that in mind because we want to make sure that we're making fiscal decisions, absolutely. And like I said, I'm listening and taking it all in. I'm including the motion to table. But I want to make sure that we also go back and reflect on the reason that one of the reasons, right, was the board conversation that we are broadening that scope as much as we can. It sounds like we've tried. So like I said, I'm happy with if we decide to table, however that plays out. But we want to avoid the problems that we had before with this position.
Mr. Ugarte, to clarify, did I hear Mr. Pong say that you can put it back out again for a lot less because the parameters are essentially different? Before it was a COO, now it's the, I forgot.
The senior director.
The senior director? Is that different and like?
No,
right?
It's still the same level of work for the company.
Okay. What did I not understand? Did you not say you had other companies or other groups that you could reach out to for a better quote?
Yeah, we can reach out to more.
Not necessarily so we don't know we don't know if it's gonna be a better quote. It's gonna be a different quote, but we don't know where they're gonna land.
I have a question of just procedure. When we table something, it's gonna go back and they're gonna find another quote, another
So it
company?
means
Okay.
that next month we would bring it back with hopefully other options.
Okay, I second.
And wait a second,
Oh,
and
sorry.
it would come back, not recruitment for chief COO, it would come back as recruitment for the senior director.
Senior director.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
second
we
it.
do have a first and a second. Any other questions? Recording secretary, call the vote, please. And the motion is to table the item.
Thank you. I was confused.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11W. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez, item 11W.
Yes, I would like to have clarification on what the CASBO training is.
Dr. Reyes?
Please.
So, Mr. Pong, can you share about the CASBO training, but also the reason why? Well, just share about the CASBO training and why all these people are attending.
So CASBO.
I'm sorry, the people listed here.
So CASBO is the California School Business Officials, and our district is an organizational member. So that means that we have access to, the association represents all the operational staff. So facilities, finance, accounting, child nutrition, transportation. I'm part of the local board, so I help plan this conference, and so it's a full-day conference that normally at the state level would cost over $300 to $400 for the full day. This one is about $150, and there's 4 different workshops sessions, and there's 16 overall that they can pick from. So it really offers a good opportunity for our staff to receive professional learning and also networking with their peers in San Diego.
Would this be part of like the rigorous learning for all where they receive professional? Is that like meeting that need?
So this is more in the finance field, the fiscal.
Okay.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
I was just appreciate that we're embracing these recommendations, FCMAT recommendations and the County Board of Education recommendations. I just appreciate that. Thank you.
Motion.
Move to approve 11W.
Second?
Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on to item 12, public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Tonight, conducting a public hearing regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and the Williams class action settlement, and adopt the resolution for the 25-26 school year regarding sufficiency of instructional materials and the Williams class action settlement with the state of California. Ms. Montgomery.
Thank you, President Ugarte and Superintendent Reyes, trustees. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to propose the adoption of the Williams resolution. This demonstrates that Chula Vista Elementary School District is committed to following the guidelines of the Williams settlement. Each year, the team from the San Diego County Office of Education visits selected schools to monitor compliance. There are 4 schools that have been selected to be visited for Chula Vista for the next 3 years: Allen, Chula Vista Hills, Parkview, and Valley Vista. These schools received their first visit this year in the month of August, and I'm happy to report that the results of those visits we received a lot of positive comments, and our district departments worked collaboratively with our school site principals and school site teams to the point that we were given comments such as spectacular, well organized, and also we received an exemplary reporting rating for instructional materials, as well as no corrective actions for facilities in all 4 sites. So this resolution is a commitment on our part as a district, and adopting this resolution will provide us with the continuation of funding for quality instructional materials.
Board comments or questions?
Just great job. And can you repeat the 4 schools, please?
Sure. They are Allen, Chula Vista Hills, Parkview, and Valley Vista.
And is there a reason why we chose these 4?
We actually didn't choose them. The county chooses them, and it's based on the dashboard data. And so these 4 were selected for various reasons. It could be for attendance, for academic data, or for a particular group of students. So these are the 4 that were selected. This is the first year of 3 years for the visits.
They will continue to visit
So they'll
the
get
same
visited
schools.
for 2 more years.
Oh, great. So good job.
That's great.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work. That's all for me.
I'm now opening the public hearing. Are there any speakers on this matter? Seeing there are no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item.
Move to approve 12A and B.
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Domínguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 13B. Adopt the resolution establishing appropriations limits for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26 pursuant to Article 13B, again amendment of the California State Constitution.
Mr. Pong.
Tonight we have for your approval, review and approval, a resolution establishing an appropriations or budget limit under the GAN amendment. So the GAN resolution, the way that this works is that there's a calculator inside of the SACS reporting software where it looks at the previous year's expenditures, total expenditures on the general fund. And then it also looks at an inflation index, so a cost inflation index, and then also how your attendance changed. And then it creates a calculation on what's the limit that we can spend. And so for the 24-25 school year, the limit was just under 184 million. And then it also creates a estimate for next year. So for this current year, 25-26, it's just under 192 million.
Any questions from the board? No?
Move to
Just-
approve.
Sorry,
Oh.
just double checking. The 191 million is the amount of money we can spend.
Right, it goes through a whole cost calculator. Yeah,
So it went up because of the cost of living or
an inflation index.
an
yes.
inflation indexes. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Did I hear move?
Second.
Did you catch who it was?
No, who was the first?
Tamayo.
Okay.
And recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Domínguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Domínguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. All right, approve the submittal of the 24-25 year-end summary of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte, and good evening, everyone. Tonight we have for your review and approval of the submission of our 24-25 unaudited actuals presentation, our financial report. So this is the final, after we've closed all the books, looked at all of our revenue and all of our expenditures, our final statements. So we'll start with the changes in the general fund. We have the first column showing the estimated budget from our budget adoption that for 25-26 where we had estimated actuals. And then we have our final unaudited actuals. And it's called unaudited actuals because we still don't have our audit until October. But we already had our preliminary. And then the last column is whether there was an increase or a decrease, the change. So when we look at our revenues, we had a total increase from the estimated actuals to the unaudited actuals of 2.4 million. When we look at our expenditures, we had an increase, a decrease in our expenditures of 18.8 million, which led to a total decrease in the middle there of 2.9 million deficit overall for our combined unrestricted and restricted expenditures. When we look at our ending fund balance, we're looking at a decrease from 170 million down to 167 million. Our non-spendables, which is our revolving cash fund and our warehouse, We can see a decrease from our estimated actuals there because we've been lowering our warehouse stock. Our commitments are at 50.9 million, which we'll see a little bit later. And we have restricted funds of about 83 million. So we had a change in our reserve for economic uncertainty, an increase of 2.5% from what we had estimated actuals. So all of this has been thanks to the work that we've already started beginning in the 24-25 school year with really looking at all of our positions and expenditures and really examining whether we need to backfill those positions or potentially reallocate some of those duties to other positions, and really looking at all of our expenditures as they come through and determining whether or not they're necessary expenditures. So again, when we look at the health of the district, we need to look at the unrestricted, which is the first column, and the restricted, which is the second column. We can see that the unrestricted, we had a deficit of about 4.3 million. On the restricted side, we have an increase of about 1.2 million. This is where we receive funds in advance and we spend it over multiple years. So that total combined, we had a $2.4 million reduction. But the important thing on this slide is to look at our unrestricted $4.3 million deficit. When we look at our revenue and the changes in revenue, we have our local control funding formula, which was our final LCFF based on our final average daily attendance. We have our two restricted funds. So our federal revenue, there was a decrease in our federal revenue, and that we'll see an equal offset in our expenditures. But those are for unspent federal revenues that we are going to be carrying over to next year as expenditures. In our state programs, we had an increase mainly due to our ELOP, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. There was an increase from the P2 to the annual. We had an increase in our interest revenue of about 1.6 million. And then there's this fair market value adjustment. And this is entry that we only make at the end of the school year when we're closing our books. So what we have to do is we have to determine the value. The county helps us, the county treasury helps us determine the value of our actual cash in the bank with the treasury. So based on all the treasury investments, it's kind of like your house. So when you buy your house, let's say you bought it at, I don't know, 700,000, but it's appreciated with the market and now it's worth 1.2 million. But even though you haven't sold it yet, there's that 500,000 of unrecognized value until you sell it. So this is where we're making an artificial adjustment because we do have to recognize that value on our books at the end of the year, and then come July we automatically reverse it. So we had to make an adjustment which increased our revenue artificially by 2.5 million. And then all our other revenues, they'll be reflected in carryover, this 2.7 decrease, mainly from our CalShape and the CYBHI grants that we received. When we look at our general fund expenditures, we look at our salary and benefits. We had some vacancies, and then we also had some agencies that were filling in for some of those vacancies. And then we also had a large amount in our ELOP funds, which we didn't fully use. We used in contracts instead. And we also had a $1 million adjustment in one of our, again, end-of-year book adjustments, which is known as our STRS on behalf. When we look at our books and supplies, this might seem a little bit large, but it's because we're going to carry this over into the next year. So a large part of this was from our textbook order. So over $6 million, we were projecting initially that we were going to receive all the textbooks before before the end of the fiscal year, but we ended up receiving them in the middle of July, still before the start of the new school year, but not before the end of the school year. So that will be reflected as a first interim adjustment. We have about $2.4 million in site carryover. We had some other grants that were unspent that will be carrying over. When we look at our services and operating expenditures, we had a decrease of about $4 million there. This was also due to some grant funds that we'll be spending down next year. And then we also, we had mentioned it in the board budget workshop, the sexual abuse and molestation assessments. Our latest assessment that we had initially budgeted, about $1.3 million, they're gonna let us pay it in the next 2 fiscal years. So in order to avoid that from hitting the books right now, we're having a higher interest on the cash, so we'll split it across the 2 years in order to save more on interest. And then our other expenditures, about $500,000. Those were just some year-end adjustments that we had mentioned earlier. So our copier leases and things like that, we have to make a year-end adjustment on our books to reflect those as it's really a net zero transaction because we record revenue and we record expenditures. So overall, we had a decrease of about 18 million, of which we'll be carrying over about 11.7 million in expenditures to next year. When we look at our commitments, we have about 2.4 million in site carryover. Our safety and security measures, about 1.5 million. Again, these are items such as the bus cameras that we're installing this year. There's a need to update our phone operating systems and our emergency radios, just as some examples. When we look at our vehicle replacements at 1.5 million, again, we're still having to replace some of our fleet vehicles. We're continuing to look at electrification of our school buses along with those grants to minimize the costs. And then we also have our landscaping equipment, which we just released a bid for all those. We still have our student and staff devices because we're spending that in the current year, 25-26. So we've committed that. And then we have our textbook replacements that we know that we have our mathematics and history, social science adoptions coming up in the next couple years. And then we have our last category for our post-COVID services and staffing, so all of our behavioral support, so counselors, social workers, instructional aides, behavior technicians, and then classroom technology. So there's some infrastructure projects that we're looking at, like switchgear replacements, wireless access points to improve the classroom technology use. Those SAM assessments that I had mentioned earlier, that's still something that continues to come to the district as those lawsuits are settled. And then also for our budget stabilization, which we'll see on the next slide. When we look at our 24-25 school year, we do have that decrease of about 4.3 million with about 7.8% in our reserve. We can see that in 25-26, again, that's a little bit higher than what we would expect because we do have that technology replacement that we have for the one-time purchase. So that negative just under 24 million. And we can see that it goes on to $14 million deficit, 19, and then we added another year on there, the 28-29 of about 21 million. So you can see here that the unrestricted fund balance, which is the second row, continues to go down.
Oh, he's talking code.
And our reserve is going from 5% down to 4%, down to 3%, and eventually down to negative 1.8% because we wouldn't be able to meet that 3% fund balance. And we can see that we're having to pull from that, that ending fund balance, the reserve, and also our commitments. So in order to meet that 3% to support the deficit. So we do still need to, even though, you know, this closing looked better, we do still need to work on our budget solution plan, because in that fourth year out, we can see that if we don't, we're not going to meet that 3%. So we do still need to continue with our plan. And with that, I will open up for any questions.
So for these last slide you showed us, the unrestricted goes from 83 million to 5 million in 28-29. Can you explain how do we get that number? I didn't catch that, sorry.
So it really comes from that very first line where we're showing that decrease in our fund balance each year, because we're operating on a deficit.
Okay.
Mhm.
So it's like catching up to us,
Mhm.
basically. Oh wow. Okay. And going back, sorry, to the second page, what is interest revenue? I think you explained really well the fair market value cash.
Mhm.
Just interest revenue. What is that?
So we receive interest from our funds that are in the treasury. We're required to keep all our funds in the treasury.
So we get some money out of that. Okay. And the next page on the bottom with the post-COVID-19, the 23 million, this is, you mentioned, it's the behavioral health. So this is what it costs us to have them every year?
No, that's just a reserve for if the board decides to continue with those services, then we would pull from this reserve. But really, in the long run, it's still supporting that deficit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
It's very helpful to have the colors, not just the big stack of papers.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. Trustee Tamayo. This is an action item.
Yes, it is.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. General information items, reports. This is the portion of the board where you can request reports from Dr. Reyes, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. A little bit of back end. I assisted I know it's not part, but it is. I assisted the DLAC meeting, and we had a few presentations that were very eye-opening and actually made me think of reports that I wanted to bring. One of them is I want to know how much food are we throwing away as a district, because it was stated nothing is thrown away, and I've heard from other people that it is. And I worked as a noon duty, so I know a lot of food is thrown away, but I just want to know, like, it's not only one school. I want to know how much are we throwing. That's one. And then the second one.
How would you like that quantified?
Is there any way we can quantify? Because what I was told, and we were told in the DLAC meeting is that they use, if the lunch food wasn't eaten, they use it for next day. So how does
thrown away by students or by
the
districts?
school, the
Okay.
district? Yeah, the students. There's no way.
Yeah.
We're not gonna go check the
Okay,
trash cans,
all
but
right.
about that's the district. And the other one is the other thing that was said right there was that the lunches were actually subsidized, so it doesn't cost us money. So I want to know, and I think Mr. Tamayo had asked for it before, but to have second chance breakfast, yes. So second chance breakfast, how much would it cost us? Maybe not to have the whole, like, I know the cafeteria won't be open and the staff and all that, but to have those little, like, packets of already pre-packed so they can have something. I want to know how much would it really cost us, because, again, over there it was told it doesn't cost anything. So I want to make sure that we know the real numbers, and if it doesn't cost anything, what are we doing about it? those are my 2 reports, please. Thank you.
Nothing for today.
I'd like a report, Dr. Reyes. I think we all received some emails from some of the teachers out there, the benchmark Adelante materials for the grades 3 to 6 at non-charter DI sites. It's very extensive emails, but you know, the staff, the teachers are just, they're practically crying through these emails. They're pleading. They're growing concerns that I and other dual immersion colleagues have regarding the absence of benchmark Adelante materials. After receiving several messages from DI teachers stating that they had not received these materials, she asked around and was informed that CVESD did not place an order for BM benchmark Adelante for grades 3 to 6. This directly contradicts what was communicated to them during their May training, where presenters stated that the 2025-26 school year would serve as a pilot year for benchmark Adelante. So their questions, and that's why I'd like that report to capture this information. Has the plan to pilot BM Adelante and DI been canceled or changed? If so, why was this not communicated to the sites or the DI educators? Why weren't the materials for grades 3 to 6 ordered if a trial year was intended? Is the district moving away from a true dual immersion model? I'm reading it so you know what to capture in the report.
Yeah, so I had an opportunity to read the email.
Well, there's several.
Well, yeah, they're very similar. So I had the opportunity to read the email or emails, and I just right now send you a response.
Okay.
That addresses the concerns, and with the timeline of what happened and where we are, etc., that I got from Ms. Perez.
Could you tell the teachers, they might be listening, what is the answer? Because I would just have to forward that to that teacher, who then has to turn around and forward it to others.
What I'll do is I'll work with Ms. Perez to so she can work with the teachers.
To communicate with the teachers what's going on with that? Right, okay, so that report will be handled in regards to a response. Also, in one of our Friday updates, there was a section there about Achieve 3000, and we know that it was meant to be a supplemental tool, and Ms. Rosie Martinez and I have spoken before about the concern of the students being in front of a computer all day. But because it was intended as a supplemental tool, the teachers that are using it appropriately might take reservation to this evaluation, because it almost looks like we're trying to get rid of Achieve 3000. And if that's the case, I wrote some notes for myself. Most teachers don't use as instruction for reading, used as an independent, differentiated practice. Then admin might want to consider guiding the teachers on best practices, training the teachers. There's other assessments to check the correlation between CASP and Achieve scores. This is not a writing program, but it says deeper level and it's complex. Teachers should be trained to guide instruction on all levels. Complaint may be because such a wide variety of lexicals in each class, from 20 to 950. Training off dumping ability, do not eliminate without replacement. So if the intent is, and if this is where this is going, teachers need to know that they'll be provided another tool. But to be just doing this and they start hearing little rumors here and there, that doesn't help the morale, and it doesn't help to feel like the leadership is keeping them in the loop. So is there a report or something that we can be giving? What is the intent? Is the intent to get rid of Achieve?
So the intent is...
And if so...
So the intent is to analyze whether or not the Achieve 3000 is yielding the academic results that we want and that we need, and that whether or not Achieve 3000 results are aligned to academic results, and not just, oh yeah, the so-and-so increased so many points, but yet has no impact on the
Critical
CASP.
thinking, right.
Yeah, so, or CASP.
Mhm.
So I know Ms. Morales is doing a great job at really looking at and now analyzing data on alignment.
Now, may I suggest also that you look at where some teachers are quite successful using it. How are they using it? Maybe the idea is to take a look at how they're using it. If they're successful with their students year after year, then maybe how they use it is the difference versus those that are just sitting in front of the computer the whole time. So I think the tool is only a tool and how you use it, how it's used. And if
And just so you know, no decision has been made so far.
Okay.
Again, Ms. Morales' team and along with Ms. Montgomery, they are working on looking at the results.
Yeah, right, and taking a look at those classrooms or classes that these teachers are able to use it in a way that is successful and that it is used as intended versus maybe someone else isn't as trained on how to use it, and that's all they need is a little bit of guidance on how they can best use it. So that was, I needed to have a report on what's going on there. And the e-bikes, the scooters, the e-scooters, I know we talked about it. You know, last time I brought it up, a couple of days later, there was that disaster. Do we have a policy for that? Have we informed? I don't know, but I know we have some of our high schoolers.
Yeah. So not a policy. Because that's not a board policy, but I know that we'll do a report. Yeah, we'll do a report because I know that we were working with the city
Right.
to send communication out and inform. So I'll send a report out.
Okay. And the combo classes, we keep getting, all of us, I'm assuming all of us get the same emails. They're concerned. There's a few schools that are very concerned about the combo classes. What's our, could we get a report as to, I know there's that Ms. Sharon Casey's working with several of the classes to see if we're able to minimize the number of combo classes that we have.
So she has been working, and actually we have reduced the number of combo classes, but I will be happy to send a report out on the next board update.
Right. And keep it in mind that there's no way that instructional time is not impacted by virtue of the fact that it's 2 different grades. And the wear and tear on the staff is immeasurable. So that's, I think those are it. Could we get a report on the average daily attendance? I know you were working on a hybrid out there for a weekend or after school.
Oh, ADA recovery? You'll be excited to read about it.
Yes, I read a little bit something in one of the board updates, but I maybe could report out on what's going on. And how we're doing with the Red Ribbon Week. I know that we talked about it briefly. So, you know, especially in light of just the harmful impacts that drugs has.
Of course.
Thank you.
Trustee Tamayo? Nothing? Mine's more more long term. It's for the next quarter 2. I was in a meeting today and I heard that construction costs have increased like 47%. So my request isn't about construction. It's about if we can keep track right now as our baseline, the increase in materials and supplies across the board from now until the end of quarter 2. So now basically until December, if we see those prices surging, because if there's a 47% increase there, then there's going to be an increase in other areas. So that's my request.
I do want to report now that you said that. Can we get a report on the timeline it's going to take us to do the security at the schools? Meaning the buzzers. Thank you.
Okay, board communications. This is a area of the board agenda where members of the board communicate to the public their most recent district events and meetings.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, I attended the parent workshop from my brain doesn't work anymore, sorry. Brain Balance, yes, I knew that. And it was very, very interesting. I love seeing a lot of parents there. And I love the incentive of California Pizza Kitchen. And they gave us this like little coupon of like 1 free meal. I don't know if that was from the district or Brain Balance, but I thought it was great. More parents hopefully will be incentivized to come. With that, I also attended the DLAC meeting, as I mentioned before. And it was very interesting to see more parents come up and talk about the food and the food quality and making sure that we're giving our children food that is nutritious. And as I mentioned this before, not only our cheapest alternative, but nutritious. And a parent actually brought up like research and strategy and see like our food is not the best kind of quality. And I know that our district was going to talk to him. Somebody mentioned they were going to get his information to talk to him. So I'll wait for that. And that's all I could attend. I had shared, I wasn't planning to share, but I did have 2 deaths in my family in the past month, so I couldn't attend anything else. And I want to apologize to Ms. Rosie because I had said I was going to come to the community school event, and I was very excited, but again, I was in the middle of a grieving period. So thank you so much again for everything, and I plan this month to take on more visiting schools, and I'll make sure to invite you. And I know I already told Araceli that I want to start visiting schools again, so we'll tag along so you can come. And yes, I am deeply sorrow for the death of Charlie Kirk, who was shot today and died. And for the families in Pennsylvania shooting, I know these news are heartbreaking, and I just keep praying for these families. But that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, so interestingly enough, and based on this past climate, these past 3 weeks with the Catholic school shooting, what happened today, I actually had the opportunity to shadow a lockdown drill at Arroyo Vista this week. We got the notice on Friday. I had always wanted to see it, and I didn't imagine the detail that it went into. We've seen fire drills, we've seen earthquake drills. I met with the 3 SROs and with Darren from our safety team, does an amazing job. We divided into 5 groups, and we went, so they did the lockdown, and we went into every single classroom, and I was so impressed and amazed at how, and I got the littles, I got the TK first grade, TK kinder, 2nd grade, and 3rd. And we'd walk into the classrooms, and I actually asked Miss Landers, are they in here? Because they were not talking, and you couldn't see anybody. They did an amazing job. We opened doors, and they were barricaded with bookcases and tables, and actually my son's teacher had the door jammed. So the amount of seriousness that was taken with this, with the kids, with the administrators, and with the teachers, and I know this is just one school, like I said, because I got the notice, I asked if I could attend. I know that every other school takes it just as seriously. Darren showed me the Ajax app and how it works, and he showed me that it's been very, very effective. So I do want to commend everybody. Obviously, we saw it at Arroyo, but I know that the whole district takes it just as seriously, and it was very, very impressive, and the way that these teachers and everybody keeps the kids so calm. So that was, a sobering experience. But then, and I also had the opportunity to visit Finney and Juarez Lincoln with Miss Rosie. And that was such a pleasure to meet the principals and, again, the staff and get to know more schools. I enjoyed how at Juarez Lincoln the kids were checking out equipment, the 6th graders, how they were, they're teaching them leadership and inventory, and they check out the equipment and they turn it in. And at Finney, how we did see a young lady getting her snack. So I know it's an ongoing thing, and we say it, and we will say it. We should keep on looking into it. I'm glad to see that they were not denied, but it works. It works, and the kids are happy. And actually at Finney, the sped PE was beautiful to see, and the way the patients and just the teachers so dedicated with how the kids were. They were playing, what was it, obstacle T-ball, and it looked like they were having a lot of fun. So they were in the NPR and they were playing that. So I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to more visits. Thank you.
I have a grandnephew of Finney. So I attended Vista Square's ride for a bike and rodeo and safety, and the SROs were there, and they just did an amazing job. And the kids were winning bicycles. They got helmets. They had more helmets than they had children. It was a shame that we didn't have the showing that we should have had. They had 500. One of the ladies from the Rotary, she goes to my church, and she came up to me, "Where are the kids?" They had 500 helmets, and they couldn't give them away. They gave away maybe 100. They had all this food, and they had activities for them to do and stuff, but I think we lost an opportunity there that we could have had other families there and taken advantage. They won bicycles, and we lost a big opportunity there. But I went there, the kids were having a great time running up and down and falling and getting up and crying, and parents getting them, like what a fair looks like. And also, I was at a meeting where there's a gentleman speaking about a program that he's trying to develop, and about for teachers and admin people who are working on their admin credentials to help them with a down payment for homes. So I'll share that information with you, Ms. Rosie, you guys can talk and see if that works for you guys. But I thought, oh, resources, I'll just hand them off, see if that can help in the education field. So I don't know that it's just for teachers, but he did say specifically in the education field. So I'll give you that information. And in regards to the shelters in place, there are some schools, and I know that Mr. Romero and I spoke before about some of these schools that have that hub in the center that they can't lock. They just the way it's set up, because it has a safety factor on the opposite side. So that may be something we need to relook at again to see if there's another solution there. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
I had the opportunity not only to attend, but be part of the planning committee for the South Bay Community School Summit. And I was excited. I was in awe that we were able to bring together South Bay Union School District, San Isidro Elementary District, National School District, Sweetwater, Chula Vista, in one room, and have alignment with our community schools. We were able to analyze the feedback, and it was all positive, and asking for more, because planning those days with the feeder schools so that you can combine resources and be able to meet the needs of our families and our communities. So I was proud, it was an honor, and I was very happy to see participation at every level, from school coordinators, teachers, to administrators, to assistant superintendents and superintendents in attendance, because they care about our kids and they care about our communities. So, thank you. Dr. Reyes.
I just want to say thank you to everyone for all the hard work. I hope, I know we have a fall break coming up in a week and a half. I hope everyone has an amazing break, well-deserved break. Stay safe, spend time with loved ones, get some rest. And just a reminder that tomorrow is 9/11, so I think it's a time of reflection and gratitude for all we have. Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Recording secretary, please take a vote.
Ramirez Domínguez.
Yes.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Abstain.
Ugarte.
Motion carries 4-1. The next board meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on October 15th, 2025 at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for open.